Hi, Professor. So, should I switch on my camera? Is that good?
Yes, sir. During your
Okay.
presentation, you can. Let me
Okay.
first welcome you all so that when I give the session to you, that time you can switch on the video.
Okay. Sure. Sure.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, very good afternoon to everyone. Today we are privileged to have eminent resource person, industry expert, Mr. Ajay Devanandan from OpenStream AI Bangalore. Will be delivering a session on Gaussian splitting model basics. With this busy schedule, he has accepted our invitation to deliver for today's session. With that, now I request Professor Priyanka Madam to introduce our resource person. Over to you, Priyanka Madam.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ashwin, sir. A very good afternoon to our esteemed guests, respected speakers, and my dear participants. It's my privilege to welcome you all to the final day of this faculty development program on future ready AI, emerging technologies, and their societal transformations. Without taking much time, let me introduce our today's speaker, Mr. Ajay Devanathan. It is an absolute honor and privilege to introduce our esteemed speaker for today's session, Mr. Ajay Devanathan. With a remarkable career spanning across AI, machine learning, generative AI, and deep learning, he brings a wealth of knowledge and expertise to this FDP. Concurrently, serving as the Vice President and India head at OpenStream AI Bangalore. Mr. Ajay has been instrumental in leading groundbreaking projects in AI driven question answering systems, multimodal AI avatars, large language models, and knowledge graphs. His contribution extend to high impact domains including healthcare, defense, and finance. Among his notable achievements, he has successfully developed a multimodal avatar for clinical diagnosis, a terrorist threat identification system, advanced OCR and table extraction models, AI driven dialogue systems, and contextual QA models. Mr. Ajay's research interests focus on explainable AI, multimodal emotional algorithm recognition, and AI driven concept learning, with several patents and high impact research papers to his name. His work has been published in ICPR 2024, ICMI 2024, and IIM Bangalore, showcasing his deep commitment to advancing AI research. An alumnus of BMS College of Engineering, Bangalore University, Mr. Ajay pursued his MTech in AI and ML from PS University with honors and is currently completing his PhD in Explainable AI from Amrita University. His impressive credentials include certifications in deep learning, data science, and dynamic programming from IIT Chennai and Scalar Academy. Today, we are fortunate to have him with us to share his insights on the topic Gaussian splatting model basics, bridging the gap between theory and real world AI applications. His session promises to be thought provoking and insightful, equipping us with the latest advancements and industry perspectives in the AI domain. Without further ado, please join me in welcoming Mr. Ajay Devanathan. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Professor Priyanka, for the kind words. Don't know if I deserve them. I never looked at it that way. Um, Thank you all. It's an honor to be here and uh, present something on Gaussian splatting models in 3D modeling. And let me see if I can just pull up my screen. I hope you all can hear me.
Yes, sir, you are audible.
All right, all right. I'm sorry, I'm taking this session. It's 3:30 a.m. in the US, so my apologies. The internet connection might be a little intermittent and slightly unstable from the hotel. So just hold on. I'll switch off the camera and pull up the screen once again. So can you all see my screen?
Yes, sir, it's visible.
It's visible.
Yes, sir, yes.
Okay. Yeah, hi all. We will. The topic of the presentation is, as you guess, 3D Gaussian splatting basics. And I'm Ajay Devanathan, Vice President and Lead Computer Vision at OpenStream AI. Um, as ma'am has introduced, I did my master's in data science and machine learning. Currently, a research scholar at Amrita University. Um, as you can see, what we see here is, from the character series Simpsons, Bart Simpson, and that's his first snowball fight. Right, so he's being splattered with snowballs here. So just before I start the presentation, so wanted to understand with a show of hands, if possible. So how many of the audience has heard about Gaussian splatting, uh, or worked with Gaussian splatting models, or have heard of neural radiance fields? Anybody? Probably a show of hands is good. Okay, no worries. So what I want to go through today, though 1.5 hours is very short to understand the entire concept of 3D Gaussian, right? So what we can do is we can briefly touch upon the various algorithms, and so it's like an onion peel, right? So there are multiple algorithms within the Gaussian splatting algorithm, and each of them is a paper and a patent on their own right, right? So the agenda that we'll set is we'll look at the authors, we look at the intuition behind this. Uh, we look at what 2D to 3D transition represents. Uh, we probably would also look at 3D representations, point clouds, voxels. Uh, we look at some of the 3D models and the 3D tasks in models. We look at we'll probably briefly touch upon the point net architecture. Uh, we look at something called neural radiance field, which was a path breaking, a breaking paper in 3D. And so these are some of the precursors to the Gaussian model. Then we look at the algorithm itself. We look at the data sets that the authors have used, and the results of the data sets, right? Of the results of applying that algorithm, like a benchmark, evaluation index. We'll look at some of the benefits of the algorithm, the challenges, and some of the real-time applications. So the reason why I showed the character Bart Simpson from in the first slide was because of this. I'll just quickly play this, so you can
Sorry
see.
to interrupt, Mr. Ajay. Could you please
Yes,
present the PPT in the form of slideshow?
sure. Okay, is this good?
Yes, yes, perfect. Yeah, perfect.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Yeah. So this is the inspiration behind this paper. So what we see on the wall is known as a splat. So you have snow. Incidentally, it was snowing yesterday in New Jersey, but you have you have snow, and you kind of make it into a ball, and you splat that on the wall. So essentially, what you're doing is you have a 3D object, and you're splatting this on the wall and creating a 2D image out of it, right? So this was one of the primary intuitions and inspirations for Bernard Kerbel, who was from India, and this paper is was published in 2023. And fortunately, I was able to meet him last year, and he was able to give me an offline knowledge, kind of a KT, and also the story behind the paper, which is interesting. That's for another day. But Bernard Kerbel, Georgios Kopanas are the main authors for this paper, and you can probably look at this in archive, and right, I'll post the link here as well. So as I said, I will briefly touch upon some of the algorithms, right, that go into this. But essentially, what is the goal for us, right? So, what are we trying to do here? So, and I will try to make the slides more visual because Gaussian splatting is a 3D model, and it makes sense to have more visual content, rather than more textual content, right? So what we're trying to do is we are trying to look at 2D, and we are trying to convert that into a 3D represented in a 2D, right? So let's say we have on your left a lot of images, right, with different camera poses and different angles of the same object, right? So let's say I have n number of images. Now I want to reconstruct this in a 3D, right? But represent it in a 2D because we see it still on our mobile phones and on our laptops, right? So the representation is a 2D, but I still can have different poses, different angles of the same object, right? From behind, from the top, from the side, right? N number of poses, right? So I want to input n number of images, and I want to get a representation or a model which is 3D, so I can have any camera pose. I can have a look around the object from the top, from the bottom, and I'm able to visualize that object, right? But in 2D. So that's our goal. So please feel free to interrupt me, or if I'm going too fast, or if you have any questions, right? So some of the tasks that we can do with 3D is very similar to a lot of tasks that we do on 2D. So we do classification, object detection, we do segmentation, right? So most of us would have used convolutions. A lot of us have used models like YOLO, right? So a lot of uh, object detection we have already done in 2D. We also do semantic segmentation and image segmentations, right? And so the same thing can also be applied to a 3D object. So why 3D? So what is the concept of 3D? Why do we need this? Why can't we simply take 2D images and run the same tasks, right? So why is 3D special or more beneficial? Uh, so earlier, before the concept of 3D actually came, so we still had 2D. So what people used to do was, let's say you have an object like a chair, and you are using multi-view cameras, right, to probably take snapshots of images of these objects of the chair, for example, from different views, right? So you from the top, bottom, 180-degree, 360-degree, 270-degree, and if you see on the right, you have a set of 2D rendered images, right? And typically in deep learning, for those who are aware of deep learning, we have something called a convolution, and we pass these images to we apply the CNN, and we pass them through some kind of a neural network with hidden layers, and we're able to get an output from the output layer with various classes, right? So we want to know what this object is, and we get a confidence score, a probability distribution of the various classes. For example, is this a bathtub, is this a bed or a chair or a desk, right? And this is the output class prediction, right? So why we can still do this, right? So why do we actually need a 3D? Uh, so the answer is very simple this way, uh, because of occlusion and view angles, right? For example, if I have a cat, it may look like a cat from the front, but if I take a picture from behind it, it may look like any animal with ears and tail, right? Probably a close up of that object could be a tiger, and if you see from far, it could be a kitten. Probably from one angle, it could be any other animal, right? So the idea is that most of the 2D representations are limited to viewing angles and occlusions, right? So we all know what occlusion is, right? So let's say the object is only, let's say you have a cat and you are seeing from the top, right, from a view angle. I don't know whether a CNN model would make that object, would classify that as a cat, right? Occlusion is basically when you have an object which is, half covered, right? So I still don't know whether what that object is, right? So I have lesser number of pixels that way. So some of these issues has been solved using 3D. Now, how do we take a 3D object and represent that in 2D? Because all we have is a computer screen or a mobile screen, right? And we need to make an effective representation of the 3D that we have created. So the traditional view, I mean, the traditional methods have been multi-view. So you have an object and you take multi-view camera angles of that, and you have 2D rendered images, right? And uh, so these have been some of the old techniques. Multi-view has been a very old technique, right? Some of the latest techniques involve point clouds, right? So you have a point cloud, which is a three-dimensional point in space. You have a voxel, and we represent the instead of a point, we represent it as a cube, and these are called voxels, and volumetric, the space occupied by the point, right? And then we also have meshes. So meshes could be, let's say polygons, right? So we have triangles which can kind of mimic the topology of the surface, right? So if you see here, a point cloud may not represent a rabbit very well, because there are each object has infinite points, right? And we can't possibly have all the points here. So we have a finite set of points. So the topology between 2 points is very crucial to understand the object itself, right? So if you see here, a point cloud representation of a rabbit, not doesn't necessarily look like a rabbit. It looks like some animal with an ear. Whereas if you see the volumetric, it's even more difficult to understand. And if you see a mesh here, it's probably quite easy, because a mesh typically uses polygons. Could be triangle, could be, typically triangle is the most popular, could be any polygon. So that kind of has a more surface area, right? So you have more points on that, and it can represent the texture very easily, right? So these are some of the 3D representations. So what are the tasks in 3D? So we have the same tasks that we have in 2D, right? In selection, in terms of classification and segmentation. But 3D allow us to do something even, we kind of extend those tasks to do something else as well, right? So let's say pose estimation. So let's say here we have this picture of a runner, right? And we input this picture to a model, right? So it will estimate the pose of the various angles and projections of how the runner actually runs, right? To see the representation here, it looks as pose estimation of the runner. It can also do tracking, right? So it can actually go ahead and we can see objects in 3D view, real time, right? And track these objects. As you see here, a traffic light signal. We can actually track 3D objects. We can also do post transfer. So post transfer is when you have an object. Let's say you have a human here who is doing certain poses. I can probably transfer this to a plant, to an animal, to a robo, right? And these are very useful in robotic simulations, right? For example. So there are multiple tasks that can be achieved through 3D. This slide is courtesy Dr. Charu Sharma at IIIT Hyderabad. Right. So as we talked about classification, this is a very simple example. So we have a point cloud, which is a 3D representation of any object, right? And we pass them through a multi-layer perceptron with hidden layers, with max pooling, and we have a classification score, and we output something based on that class, right? And we have, let's say, k classes here, and k probability, k confidence intervals of the classes. So we can pick which class this represents, right? Actually, the likelihood of the class here. Now, so how did this all begin, right? 3D and point clouds. So this is one of the, a very good data set called the ShapeNet. So this actually is a collection of about, I'm guessing about 3,000 images, 2,930 images, right, of household objects in 3D. So it's like a 3D object scan, right? Because if you want to create some kind of a 3D CNN or a 3D model, you need 3D data sets. You need data sets for objects with point clouds or voxels with three-dimensional inputs, right? Normally we get two-dimensional inputs in 2D, right? So we have something called a ShapeNet. ShapeNet has various objects from so it's indoors and outdoors, right? So you can go ahead and look at this. It's by Chang. One sec, my screen is stuck. Yeah. So this is another popular data set called ScanNet. So it has about 2.5 million views, 3D camera poses, and it's mostly for indoor scenes, as you can see on the left. So it's a richly annotated 3D data set. One second. think, yeah, right. So it's a 3D reconstruction of indoor scenes, right? So we have about 250 images of bedrooms in hotels, living rooms, office spaces, closets. So I have put a link to all of them in the end. So this is a CVPR paper 2017. Yeah. So based on the survey in 2020 of all the 3D data sets, we can see some of them here, popular ones like we talked about, ShapeNet, ScanNet. These are typically used for classification problems. We have ModelNet 10. Then there are some data sets for 3D object detection and tracking. Lift is one of them. There's Waymo Open. So Waymo is self-driving automated cars. So they use this. They've released a data set also in 2020. Then for 3D point cloud segmentation, we have something called again we have ScanNet. We have Semantic 3D, a very popular data set also. So these are the popular data sets: ModelNet 40, ShapeNet, ModelNet 10, ScanNet, Semantic 3D, KITTI, which is the Waymo data set, right? So we look at the 3D representation, just a quick summary. So we look at the traditional view-based methods, we look at volumetric methods, we look at point cloud-based methods, and we look at meshes, right, polygons. So each of them have their own technique. So volumetric-based methods have architectures like VoxNet, point-based methods have something like PointNet, PointNet++, graph-based methods, which are typically polygon uh, rasterizations, have DGCNNs and mesh CNNs. Uh, so there are a couple of standard terms that I will talk about during the entire PPT. I'm sorry, I'm bringing this up slightly late. So things like camera projection, worldview projection, and image coordinates, right, are some of the terms. Uh, so a world coordinate is nothing but the coordinate of the point in the world coordinate, right? Uh, the camera coordinates are nothing but the camera coordinates of the point which has taken that picture of the world coordinate. The image coordinate is nothing but the transpose of the picture to an image plane which we see. So we have a world plane, we have a camera pose or a camera coordinate, and we also have an image coordinate that we see, right? And rasterization looks like a very heavy term, but it's actually nothing but pixelating. So we all know 2D image pixels. Rasterizing is nothing but creating RGB colors or RGB pixels, right? And giving them a very fancy name like rasterization or blending, for example, right? So, so some of these terms I will use interchangeably sometimes. So for graph-based methods, we use DGCNN, we use mesh-based CNN. We also, so how do we create a point cloud? So that's an interesting topic by itself. So there are various methods that we do this, right? So there are cameras specifically available to measure depth. So we have LiDAR cameras, we have depth sensors, and using a canonical model, we are able to look at an object from various angles and generate a point cloud, right? Or point cloud representation of the object. So, so one of the questions is, can we use the same CNN? Can we do a 3D convolution, right? So we know for a 2D image, we have a W cross H matrix, and we keep on going through each and every tile of the image to do convolution. Can we do that for a 3D? Probably for a 3D, it will be a cube. So can we do that for a 3D image? And well, the answer is yes, we can. And this is an example of voxelization. So if you see voxelization, is not a very effective way of representing a 3D model. You see a boxes, right? Like I talked about earlier. Uh, this is a picture of a rabbit with on a point cloud system, and on a volumetric system, it may not look like an animal at all. But voxel-based systems are easier to, are probably easier on the memory and efficiency, right? So you can actually train a deep learning model on a voxel-based system faster than a point cloud. So let's say you have a point cloud here in this cube. So what we're essentially doing is we are fitting very small cubes or volumetric space, right, with the width, height, and depth, and we are discretizing the point of the point cloud. So a point cloud has, say, let's XYZ coordinates, right? Now we discrete it by putting these voxels and saying whether the point lies inside the voxel or outside. So if it's inside, it is 1. If it's outside, it's 0. So essentially, we've converted the set of continuous points of XYZ into discrete points. And then we create this grid. And then we do the same, classification model, or we take it to a deep learning model to find out the classes. I won't touch too much on voxelization. It also has its limitations, uh, but these are precursors to go to something called a nerf. And with that knowledge only, we can go to a Gaussian splatting model. So WorksNet has been experimented with in the last 10 years. There is something called a WorksNet, the supervised 3D convolution neural network. We have 3D R2N2, which is a 3D recurrent reconstruction neural network, right? We have 3D GANs. We generate 3D objects from a probabilistic space. There's VoxelNet, which is also generic 3D detection network, right? So these are some of the advancements in voxel nets as well. So they are still quite a powerful tool. Uh, so we've discussed this. So we have a set of points. We apply a voxel technique. We see the point inside or outside the cube, and then we apply a 3D convolution neural network, and we create a label or a class. Right. Some of the problems with voxels is memory. It's a volume, and it's got a lot of zeros, because if you have less number of points, then again it's very sparse, right? It's a sparse matrix. Resolution, of course, is a problem, and quantization artifacts, because you are converting a continuous point to a discrete point, so there's a lot of information loss as well, right? We'll come to the point-based methods quickly. I'll just browse through this. So PointNet is an award-winning paper. It's an architecture for point clouds. We essentially take a raw point cloud data, and you make it permutation invariant, right, by a certain operation, and then you apply certain deep learning techniques to again classify objects, right? So the input is a point cloud, and the output is an object label here. So uh, so point clouds are very tricky in a way, right? So we typically use of this, we make use of this term called permutation invariance. Uh, I don't know if some of you are aware, but point cloud, the issue is, so the issue in 3D typically with point clouds is if I jumble up the points, right, the object changes. Whereas in a 2D, it is, you have a set of points which is ordered, right? So you have a pixel, right? So you have 1, 1, you have 1, 2. So you have a column, you have a row, and you go by the ordered set of pixels, right? In a 2D image. But 3D has a different problem, because 3D is, there are viewing angles involved, right? So what is the order of the points? We don't know the actual order of a point, because we need to make it permutation invariant. So even if I jumble up the points, I should still get from the deep neural net the actual classification of the object, right? So if I go back to, let's say, this rabbit, which is the point cloud, now I can have various viewing angles. It's a 3D, right? So where does the point actually start from? From the tail, from the ear, from the eyes, probably from the front, from the nose? I don't know. So a permutation invariance is very crucial in point clouds, right? And we achieve the permutation invariance through something called a T-net architecture, which is again some matrix transformations, right, in linear algebra. And we're able to make it permutation invariant. I'm sorry, actually, it's not the T-net architecture. It's something called a max pooling. I will come to that later. But we use something called T-net architecture to make it rotation invariant, right? So I can take an object, and wherever I rotate it from, the object should be classified as the same object, right? So a rabbit, for example, I'm rotating this rabbit here. So it should classify it as a rabbit in all sorts of camera poses, right? I know the visualization is not that great, but I hope you guys are able to understand what I'm saying. So permutation invariance is one, rotational invariance is the other, right? So I need to have both of them controlled in a point cloud. or in any 3D space, for example, right? So 3D space consists of scattered unordered point clouds, right? And I put that through a point net. I'm able to classify, I'm able to segment, right? So this is also an award-winning paper, CVPR 2017. Uh, so the model has to be permutation invariant to n uh, factorial permutations, and any kind of geometric transformations, right? So this is what I was talking about. So you have a set of points here, for example, right? And I can just jumble up the points. 4 is here, one is here, and then we invert that. But still, I need to select. I need to classify it as that object only. Right? So that's some of the points. This is the architecture. Looks very complex, but believe me, once you go into the mathematics, it's quite simple. So as I talked about the TNet architecture, it's a 3x3 transformation matrix, and making it geometric, invariant to rotation, right? That's one of them. And typically we're looking at an input points, right? Set of 3D points here, n cross 3 matrix, and we look at this kind of a TNet transformations. Uh, so there is a max pool here. So the one in the blue is the classification. The one in the yellow is the segmentation. We won't go into the segmentation, probably just touch classification briefly. Uh, so uh, a max pool function is actually a very good function, a very good example of a permutation invariance. So why is max pool a permutation invariance? Because it just maximizes the point that is required, right? So no matter how you order it, it will just take out the max value. So the order actually doesn't matter at all in max pool. So it's actually a very easy function already available in the neural networks to make it permutation invariant, right? So so this is the input. So we have a TNet architecture here. We pass it through a neural net here. We do a feature transform, and then we take all of the points. We pass it through a max pool, which is a global feature generator, and then we calculate the output scores by passing it through another neural network, right? A multi-layered perceptron here. Won't go into the details now. These are not important. Just the understanding of this, so that we can move on to neural radiance field, right? So these are some of the precursors there. Point cloud also has limitations. PointNet also has limitations. Uh, so it's in fact it's kind of hard to generalize some of the scenes. So there's no context for each point. Topology, though not mentioned, is also one of the other right. So if you want to reconstruct a point cloud effectively, the surface between 2 points is very difficult to reconstruct, right? So I will talk about the reconstruction techniques a little later before we move on to Gaussians. Oh, actually, the slide is here. Okay, good. So, so we can look at reconstruction, right? Also, so if I give a certain set of 3D points, point clouds, how effectively can I generate 3D from it? So there are three techniques. Two of them are very old techniques. Rather, yeah, one is a very old technique. One is about 10-15 years old. The third one called instant NGP is recent. So the first traditional technique in computer vision is explicit representation, right? So it is a feature grid based method. So I have a set of points. I have certain mathematical rules, and I would want to know how the surface is joined, right? For example, I have 2 points, point cloud points, right? So I can draw any surface. It could be a straight line, it could be a tilted line, it could be a sinusoidal curve, it could be a cosine curve. I don't know how the topology looks of the surface, right? So typical methods are mesh based methods, right? So I can take a triangle space and I can join multiple triangles. I can optimize that, right? These are all things that we have learned in computer vision, right? So we have mesh based polygons, right, which is an explicit feature. We have rule based, right? So we take those rules and then we essentially reconstruct it from the 3D point, from the 3D point cloud. So we reconstruct the actual 3D surface. So I'm talking about the surface reconstruction here, not 2D to 3D, but we have a 3D set of points and we are creating a surface for the 3D points. The implicit representation is fairly new. We have something called the neural radiance field. So we input a set of 3D points, and we are able to output the surface. Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we are able to hear you,
Oh,
sir.
Sorry, suddenly there was a noise, so I thought I had quit the meeting. So, so we have explicit representations. We have implicit representations with the deep neural net implicit representations. We also have a combination of the two, which is instant NGP or Gaussians, which we'll talk about later, which can combine both both the methods, right? Both deep learning or AI methods, machine learning methods, and also rule-based methods. Right? So explicit cannot understand topology changes well. So this is one of the disadvantage of the explicit, right? So they are rule-based. So so the problem with rule-based is, or the challenge with the rule-based is, we are creating a certain rule across all the surfaces, right? All the 3D point cloud. So that may not actually be true, right? So let's say an object has some kind of a defect. So then that actually cannot handle those defects well. Right? Implicit, on the other hand, are neural networks. So they take a long time for training. So neural radiance field was a groundbreaking paper in 2020, which took a set of images and was able to create a 3D scene or reconstruction, right, of the images, but took a lot of time. So if you would input 100 images, you probably would take about 2 days to train it on, let's say, 40 epochs, right, on a GPU. And then you could actually have a set of way to render that 3D in 2D. So that's some of the uh, two of the advantages and disadvantages. So we have talked about traditional 3D representation. We've looked at point clouds, mesh, voxels, multi-view. Now we want to know what a neural field is, right? So this is the next concept in 3D. So a neural radiance field is nothing. I think time is 4, so I'll quickly have to brush through some of the slides, and so I will look at what a new nerf is, for example. Right, 1 second. Yeah, we'll directly jump to nerf this. So so as I said, it's an implicit representation. We have a set of input images. We have a neural net, and now we have new views. Rather, neural. We have a view synthesis of this. So what we are trying to do is, again, put in images. We are trying to render that in 3D, right? So essentially, what it does, it creates a point cloud. It creates a the three-dimensional points. It also creates the pose angle, the pose of the camera theta, and also the angle phi. And it is the neural net is actually optimizing two things. It's actually optimizing something called a volume density, and it's actually optimizing the RGB color. So again, this is a slightly complex concept. So we view objects because of the light which it reflects, right? So the light rays reflect an object. Let me see if I can make it more visual. Uh, okay, yeah, here you go. So you have an object. So let's say there is this bulldozer here. And why do we see this bulldozer is because light reflects on the surface and is able, and the light comes to our, we are able to perceive this, and the light goes and hits our brain biologically, and it creates the, activates the nerves, and then we are able to see that object, right? So it's because of the light which gets reflected and comes to our eyes. Right? So neural radiance field is similar conceptually, but instead of having a light source, what it does, it is a camera source. So instead of the light passing from a light source to the eye, it has the light or the ray is passed from the camera source. So a ray is passed from a camera source. So example, we have this as an object, right? And we have the various images of the object right here. So if we take any pixel on this object on the left, if you see my mouse, and we pass a ray till the object in the world coordinate. So the image is the image coordinate, as I said. The object is the world coordinates. So if I pass a ray through one of the pixels, I know that the area here is hollow, right? So typically the RGB colors would be, mostly white, right? Because it's going to be transparent, I would say. So the opacity and the RGB color is what defines the depth, right, for any object. So I keep traversing this ray and I hit an object. Now the density there would actually become 1, right? Because I weight an actual object, right? And it will have an RGB color. So it's like kind of a saturation, right? So what they do is they send millions of such rays, and millions of such rays are sent into the neural network, right? So we have the point cloud positions, we have the position of the camera, and we send this through a neural network, and we are trying to see the output color and density, right? Now, how do we get this density? So there is a um uh, there was a physicist by the name Lambert, Christopher Lambert, who he was a actually a chemist, not a physicist. He was a chemist, and he had some he came up with this equation called the Lambert's law. The Lambert's law for inorganic soluble substances, right? How do we see sorry, insoluble substances, right? So how do we see insoluble substances is through something like this. So you have a water, and you are trying to kind of make something soluble in that, right? So there is a equation called Lambert's law, which talks about something similar. So this was one of the inspirations for that particular uh, equation. So nerf also is inspired from Lambert's law. So that's actually the loss function, which I've not shown here though. It looks at probability, right? So it does something called ray tracing, and at each point, in fact, millions of points on the ray, it's actually kind of predicting the opacity and the RGB color based on the previous values. So we've all heard of it's called something like an exponential smoothing, right? So we take prior values and they get added up for the values on the ray as we go forward, right? Something of that sort. So we do so these are the various rays that you can see here, and we do a rendering loss for those rays, right? I can probably quickly pull up that equation, or probably we'll skip this for now. We have just 45 minutes and have to move on to Gaussians now. So you get the picture, right? So you have a set of points, which is, rather you have a set of images. You feed that to a network, or you feed that to a software or a tool which can extract the point clouds, X, Y, Z coordinates. It can extract the camera pose through a traditional method. We put that to a neural net. We find out the output color and density, and then the rendering loss is actually based on the Lambert law equation, right? So you can see a sample coordinate, and then you can see the color and density here, and then so we quickly move on to Gaussians. So nerf was the limitation of nerf was it was not real time. It was a novel view synthesis which would take a couple of days, right, to train. So I would have to take the objects pictures, I would have to feed it to a neural network, and I just wait. And so we don't know the accuracy, probably have to come back and take better pictures, right? But Gaussian splatting in 2023 killed all of that. So when they came up with the paper, it was real time. So I have a set of images in real time that I input, and I actually can render that through a software tool real time. Right? For example, this image that you see here from a museum, it's nothing but the rendering of a couple of 2D images given to a Gaussian splatting model. So let's see that visually first before we want to um, let's see this visually. It only probably then it's easier to understand the algorithm itself, right? So I'm given this is a set of drums, and I've given multiple view images of the drum from various angles, and this is something that I render real time, right, on the right side. Uh, and this is another 3D reconstruction with depth understanding. So not only are we looking at a reconstruction, but we are also looking at the actual depth here, right? So we're given an object, let's say this vase that is lying in this outdoor scene in a park, and we input 100 images, and we are quickly able to get a 3D view of that, right? It is rendered. So we actually don't have set of all these images, right? They're all rendered through Gaussians. And I think this is the best example. Uh, so we've given, I think this is from the author himself in France. So we've given a set of images of Angel Mary, and now we have kind of rendered that in real time, and we're looking at it from all the angles, right? So I hope you get an essence of what is Gaussian. So we have a set of images, and we're trying to do a rendering of that in real time, right? So NERF is a method in computer graphics which is setting up a 3D. And so you have a set of 2D images and you want to create complex 3D rendering, right? The drawback, as I said, is computational intensity, right? You have to pass them through a neural net and takes up a lot of time, a lot of resources, and the parameters are learned using the loss function, right? So how do we quickly do a rendering, uh, right? So there's another term here called tile-based rasterizer, right? We should not be, so much worried about all these complex words. Rasterization, as I said, is nothing but the pixels, right? Pixelation. And tile base is nothing but we convert the pixel into tiles. Let's say 2 cross 2, 3 cross 3. So a tile based rasterizer is faster, just like how we used to do 2D object detection like YOLO. You only look once, right? So we quickly break an image into various tiles to understand that, and we create bounding boxes. Similarly, this is a tile based pixelation technique, right? So essentially, Gaussians can solve large scale scenes as well, and nerves can't solve large scale scenes. Another term that we use here is anisotropic covariances, right? So positions for Gaussians. So anisotropic covariances, is so we have two sets of Gaussians. I will come to that. So there's an isotropic covariance Gaussian. There's an anisotropic covariance Gaussian, right? So we'll come to what is the difference. But it uses a certain property of Gaussians actually. So what are Gaussians? So we all know, we've read statistics. We know this is a 1D Gaussian on the left side. This is a normal distribution curve, right? And with a zero mean and one standard deviation, one variance, unit variance. And we can probably have the same mean and different variances here, right? So, and standard deviations you see here. The 1D Gaussian. So similarly, we can have something in the middle, which is a 2D Gaussian, right? Py and Px. We also can have a 3D Gaussian, right? 3 points here. And essentially, that's what it is. It's just a normal distribution represented in a 3D, right? Before I come to this slide, yeah. So you can see here, this is a 3D Gaussian here, right? So we look at Gaussians like that. It's like a 3D, right? 3D normal distribution. I think that image is good to understand the algorithm itself. And so we combine the implicit and the best of explicit, right? Explicit are rule based, implicit is a machine learning or an AI solution, right? So let's say we are using a triangle. So we talked about mesh, right? Where we said mesh is also a technique using polygons to understand the topology between points, right? So let's say we have a surface here, 2D surface, like a triangle, right? Again, rasterization. Essentially, we're trying to understand the pixel values in this, right? What is the surface of these points, right? Across these points. And uh, so one of the things is Gaussians are differentiable. We'll come to that. So let's say we have this Gaussian, right, on below. We combine a couple of Gaussians, then it looks like this. And we combine a million of them, it becomes this. So this is the actual bicycle test picture that they've used in the paper. So I thought I'll quickly make you go through this. So we have a Gaussian, which is below. We take a couple of Gaussians, 3 Gaussians here. We combine them. We have a million of such Gaussians, and we create a bicycle. So, so how do we do this? Gaussians typically have certain parameters. We can change those parameters like opacity, transparency, RGB values, covariances, the mean, and we kind of try to reconstruct that. Before I go there, this is another set of standard terms, like I said, that we want to see. So we have the Eiffel Tower in the world coordinates here. Now we have the camera coordinates on the left hand side, right? So we have various viewing angles of the object. And in between is the image plane. This is how we view it as a user. So that's the image coordinates, right? So we have a world coordinate, we have a camera coordinate system, and we project that to an image coordinate plane here, right? So these are the 3 coordinate planes that we have. So we will use these terms in the Gaussian algorithm, uh, and these are very important to understand. And the projections that happen from a world coordinate to a camera coordinate is a linear projection. The projection that happens from a camera coordinate to a pixel coordinate will be a non-linear local affine transformation problem, which will typically involve some aspects of Taylor series. We won't go into the actual equations here, but we'll just try to touch upon them just to get a feel how this projection actually happens, right? Uh, so essentially, how does this work? So we have something, another term here. Uh, so structure from motion, right? So these are nothing but 3D points, right? They use fancy words for just point clouds. So one of the fancy words is structure from motion. Sorry. So I have a set of images. I want to extract 3D point clouds. So now there are softwares available for this, which use explicit techniques like Colmap, right? Photogrammetry, which I talked about earlier, is explicit systems, right? So you're able to generate very approximations, of course, right? So why, I mean, there is one question why we can't use this. Yeah. So we want to combine explicit, and we also want to combine AI features, AI techniques for better feature understanding, right? So we pass them through the standard explicit models in vision and create structure from motion SFM, which are 3D point clouds. Uh, we generate we rather do a Gaussian transformation. So each of those points is a Gaussian splat. A Gaussian splat is nothing but the actual Gaussian in 3D, which has a certain set of parameters, 5 parameters to be precise. I'll come to the parameters. So each point is converted into a Gaussian, and then we do a differentiable rasterization technique. So what we do is something called blending, which is a word in computer graphics and animation. So we are trying to these plats are actually projected to a 2D plane, like we saw there, the snowball being splattered on a wall. So we project them on a 2D plane, and we are kind of now mimicking how a camera perceives them. So we use an optimization technique like Adam adaptive moment or gradient descent too. So we have the ground truth of the image. We are trying to estimate the Gaussian model by initializing the parameters, and those are the parameters that we learn during the rasterization process. So in a live view, we are able to render this, right? All of this happens. So there are hardware restrictions. I will come to that as well on how this happens in real time, right? Essentially, we take a structure from motion, points, 3D clouds. We look at a Gaussian transformation by taking a point, the mean, and then we make a Gaussian there, initialize. Then we do a rasterization by projecting that to a 2D, and then we know the ground truth. So now we have to use a typical deep learning or a machine learning technique like SGD or a deep learning technique, adaptive momentum, to quickly refine the accuracy of these plats. Right? So this is the actual structure from the paper. So we have the SFM points. We initialize them to create 3D Gaussians. So we have the camera poses. We do a projection, which is a splat onto a 2D. Then we are doing a differentiable tile rasterizer, which is essentially nothing but converting the 2D into tiles and then blending them, blending the Gaussians, create an image, and you see that this is the gradient flow, right? These are so then we have the ground truth. Now we have created an image. Now we apply a loss function like an Adam or a SGD technique to essentially back propagate and see what are the actual parameters of the Gaussian. There's something called adaptive density control, which I'll come to as well, which is uh, also a parameter that is learned, because sometimes the Gaussians are either overfitted or underfitted. So how to cull them, right? Or how to if they are less underfitted, we create more Gaussians. So this probably will cover at the end, right? It's a slightly difficult to understand topic. So essentially, that's what's happening. So that's what's happening. So we create an SFM point cloud. We have the various camera angles. We create the Gaussians. We project that the 3D to a 2D. We create a differentiable tile rasterizer to create an image, and then we run a loss. So we'll go through each one of them. Uh, so what are the parameters in a Gaussian? We have something called the position, which is the location. So we have a covariance matrix, which is rotation and scaling, right? We have the opacity of the transparency of the center point. We also call it saturation value, how transparent it is, right? The max value is 1 here, uh, which is very important in the algorithm, the value of 1. So we also have the color in the RGB, right? We will use a technique called spherical harmonics coefficients to look at the RGB. Probably we won't touch this as of now. We will look at the first three: position, covariance matrix, and opacity, right? So what is covariance? Now you have a mean here in 2D. Um, so the covariance matrix essentially is how spread out the Gaussian is, or what kind of depth does it have, and right, you can see here as I lessen the values in the covariance matrix, I probably get a more a taller Gaussian. I am giving more values and I'm getting a more flatty kind of a Gaussian here, right? So just for visualization purpose. This is what a covariance does, right? So so you can initialize a Gaussian with any of these covariances, right? These are parameters that we learn in the during the loss function. So we go back to start from the SFM. So we have the various uh, camera angles right here. We have various, we call them poses, or it's actually a parameter called V in the algorithm. And we have the various images in the poses, and we are trying to create this, which is a point cloud. Now, remember, this is a explicit technique. This is not an AI technique. We're not learning any parameter here. We're using standard algorithm like scale invariance, feature transform shift. We use something like Colmap. We also use algorithms like SLAM, and we try to create a 3D point cloud representation. It may not be a perfect representation, but that's a good starting point. So the idea here is, again, we have a set of n images. We are trying to build a 3D model. Let's say, sorry. So in this particular uh, visualization, right, you have many artifacts here, right? If you see here, you can see many artifacts. So it is an explicit technique. It will leave a lot of artifacts. It will not be perfect, right? That's why we want to refine the accuracy using an implicit deep neural net or an AI or an ML technique, right? So that's why it combines the explicit and the implicit, right? So what is so there's an algorithm called SIFT which we use for the rotation invariance, right? So it's called scalar invariance feature transform, right? So it's we can rotate an object any which ways. For example, now I visualize a small toy truck, right? Now I know this is a tire, but in a different camera view, the tire is somewhere else, right? But it is the right tire. If you see the yellow box, I've transformed this here, but I still should be able to understand that this is the tire below the driver's seat, right? Similarly, a tanker here, now I have a small box here, right? This is a feature. When I transform that and rotate that, I still should be able to identify that particular feature there in this image. So this image is nothing but a rotation of that image, right? A different camera pose, right? So scale invariant feature transform typically uses, uh, yeah. So we'll four steps basically. So we look at the first four. So scale space peak selection. We use key point localization, orientation assignment, and key point descriptors. Again, fancy terms. I break them down and I say we have an image, we scale it, right? We scale in a sense. We look at let's say an image of a cat, and we can keep scaling it. Why we scale it? Because let's say we have a sugar cube as an image. It may look like a sugar cube, from very far, but it may look like a mountain if we scale it 100 times, right? So scaling is very important for the model to understand. We do blurring, we add noise, we do something called difference of Gaussian. It's called DOG. And once we create many layers, then what we do is we take each pixel, we compare it to its 8 neighbors in the same pixel, 9 neighbors above it and 9 neighbors below it, and then we identify a key point. So what is a key point? These are the key points in this visual, right? I will show that also here, right? For example, this is the key point, the face in this particular image, right? So we have various poses of the same object, and not only the poses, even it's been, the images has also been scaled up, so it's also depth. So I've taken an image from far, I'm taking it close by, I'm taking it very close. Still, there is a feature point which is similar across all the images, right? And this is called correspondence estimation. So essentially, why we apply this algorithm, we are trying to find the key points of the point cloud, which is rotation invariant, right? So whatever way I rotate them, the points are the same points. It will not change. It will not permutate, right, in any which ways. It will not get unordered, right? So what essentially we're trying to do is find out those key points and map them. So it's called correspondence estimation. So we scale it, we blur it, we do something called difference of Gaussians. From that we understood, we take out the key points, and then we do the correspondence matching of the key points here. So this is a better visual representation actually. So this is the input feature direction. So this is the input features. We do the key point detection here, and then we do the matching. So for example, if you see the red point, this is the red point here, and this is the red point here, right? A couple of angles of the same cube. The point x1 here is the red, which is the point here, which is the point in the second image, and also the point in the third image, right? So it's kind of pose invariant or rotation invariant right here. So that's the whole idea. So we want to take the images and convert them to a 3D point cloud, and then apply the Gaussian algorithm towards it. So there is an algorithm that is applied before the Gaussian, which is the SFM technique, right? So use tools like Colmap. Now the explicit techniques are directly available on software tools, right? So we can just pass the images through the tool, and it will create the point cloud for us. So what is the actual Gaussian algorithm? There are three levels to the algorithm. The first level is the it's called the optimization and densification. So we have the width and height of the training images, and what we are trying to do is we are trying to create SFM points, point clouds. The second line here is covariances, colors, and opacities. So these are the Gaussians that we will create. It's called init attributes. So we are going to initialize the Gaussians from this 3D point cloud. We have S, T, and A, which corresponds to covariance, colors, and opacities. These are the same parameters we talked about earlier, mu, right, which was the point. We talked about the covariance matrix. We looked at the opacity alpha, right? So these are the 3 points, right? S, C, and A, right? So C is the RGB color, right? Then you have an iteration count. At a high level, what it's doing is it's taking the camera pose and the image, it's passing that to another algorithm called or another function here called rasterize, and which outputs an image. After that, we have a loss function. So we have a ground truth. We have the image which is has been blended or rasterized, right? And now we apply the loss function, typically ADAM, adaptive momentum, and we are able to update the weights. The weights here are nothing but the parameters which are MSCA. And so we remember that we have to understand that this is not a deep learning technique, but a deep blending technique. So we don't have multiple layer perceptrons or neurons here, right? So we don't have weights, but we apply the technique that we use in deep learning, which is ADAM or SGD technique for the back propagation. And though we apply the technique, there are no weights. They're just parameter updates, right? And the parameters are these parameters, right? The S, C, and A, right? So the covariances, colors, and the opacities of the Gaussian. So we are trying to learn the Gaussian parameters here. So there's also this point like why Gaussians, no? So probably I missed that point earlier. So we say that everything is a normal distribution in the world, right? So we kind of do an approximation. So there's a universal acceptance theorem, right? When we say for deep neural nets, that we can approximate any function in the world using deep neural nets. So it's called the universal acceptance theorem. We take the same theory here. We know that most of the distributions in the world are normal distributions in 1D. We probably can take that further and say it's every image is nothing but a 3D Gaussian. So we take a sample training views, nothing but passing the camera image, the points and the pose of the camera. We rasterize them, apply a loss function, update the weights. This is the back propagation step here, right? So what is the rasterize function? Again, a lot of terms. So let me go through that one by one and try to see if I can visualize that for you. So we have an image, we have a Gaussian mean and covariance. We know these terms called colors and opacities, and this is the view configuration of the current camera. So we pass them all to a rasterized function, and then we do something called culling Gaussian, cull Gaussian, which is nothing but frustum culling. So this is another technique in computer vision. Now let's say you have a image of an object from a certain pose 1, camera pose, and we are moving to camera pose 2. Now not all parts of the objects are now visible, right? So probably the camera pose 2, maybe some of the things that are visible in 1 are not visible in 2. They may go to the background, right? So those are the Gaussians that we will cull, that we will remove, because they are not important to us now at all. We're only looking at the image that we want to see. The background Gaussians of the 3D for us, because we are representing that into a 2D. So the background there does not actually matter to us, right? So that is culled. So we do something called frustum culling. So each of this is a function by itself. I will come to that also. Then we use something called screen space Gaussians, another term here, where we do a transformation to convert that 3D into a 2D, right? So we have a 3D world coordinate Gaussian flat. We take that to a camera projection. From the camera projection, we take that to an image projection, right? And that's a screen space Gaussians. Then we create tiles, just as we do for object detection algorithms like YOLO. We divide the image into tiles, 3 cross 3, 4 cross 4. And what we do is we now have these various Gaussians, right, in the tile. Uh, so we look at overlapping Gaussians, or rather what we do is we look at all these Gaussians and we duplicate them, right? I'll actually come to this particular part. It's slightly difficult to harder to visualize this part. So essentially what we are doing is we are duplicating the some of the Gaussians, and then we look at a tile ID. We assign them a tile ID, and we sort them by the tile ID. And then what we do here is interesting. So we go through all the tiles. So we have various tiles. Each tile has a set of pixels, right? 3 cross 3 means we'll have 9 pixels, right? So a 3 cross 3 tile, right? So you'll have 9 pixels. So for each of the tiles across the image, and then for each of the pixels, we will see we've sorted the Gaussians, and now by the depth of the tile ID, and we will aggregate all their opacities and RGBs here. So that's called blend in order, right? So this is essentially what is being done here. So the output for this ideally should be an image, if you see here, right? If you see here. So what we have done is, I know there are too many of terms in a little short time. I'll try to. I'm sorry, it's just that the topic is slightly more deep. So we are rasterizing it. What we essentially are saying is we want to create an image out of these 3D Gaussians. So we take the various poses, we cull the Gaussians, remove the ones in the back end which are not useful for us. We duplicate some Gaussians, we create tiles, we take the Gaussians, and then we sort them by the depth, and we assign them some tile IDs. Sorry, the tiles are assigned tile IDs. We take the Gaussians and we sort them by the depths, and we assign them some keys. We go through each of the tile, then each of the pixel, and we blend it. So whatever Gaussians come in a pixel, their depth, which is the opacity and the RGB colors, let's say the alpha value and the RGB here, are added together, right? And we get an image I. Right? So we'll go through each of those one by one. Right? I know it's a little hard to digest for some of us. That includes myself also. Uh, Screen space Gaussians are nothing but projections of 3D to 2D, right? So this is the first rasterization technique here, right? We say screen space Gaussians. So what are those? We are projecting. So we've created Gaussians from 2D point clouds. Now we want to take it to an image coordinate. I had told this before also. the world coordinate to the camera coordinate is a linear transformation. So this is the equation that we actually use. It's J into W into the covariance matrix into WT and JT, which is essentially the rotation that the transformation of the both the matrices right here. So here W is the viewing transformation matrix from the world coordinate to the camera, which is an extrinsic parameter, right? And the J is the Jacobian transformation that converts the camera to an image coordinate system, right? So we have two transformations from the world coordinate to the camera, then the camera to the image, right? So the extrinsic is a matrix which is a 4x4. The camera to a image coordinate is a 3x3, right? It's related to the camera focal length and the principal point here. So via Jacobian, so when projected from a 3D to 2D, the function is typically non-linear, right? So as you can see here, so this is actually, if you look at this point right here from this angle, particular angle, right? So this particular ray, which is red here, right? Now this actually looks to be straight, but actually when you project that onto a image coordinate, we see that this is actually here, it's actually non-linear, right? It's not straight. So that's an illusion, right? So we when we look at a 3D picture from a certain camera angle, it may appear to be straight, and when you project that to an sorry, in the world coordinate, but when you project that actually to a camera to an image coordinate, it actually may not be straight, right? It will be non-linear. So that's why we 3D to 2D actually will be a non-linear process here, right? We use Taylor expansion again here, so I will not go through this now. Time is short. I have 20 minutes. I'll quickly move on to. So essentially, we have taken so screen space Gaussians is nothing but a 3D Gaussian converted into a 2D using matrix multiplications. That's all it is. Right? We understand that as of now. You can go and read the paper. Probably the paper also does not have these formulas. It's more of reading for later. So they have made all the references there as well. I'll give the references to the paper also now. So this is nothing but a local affine approximation, right? So what we did was we looked at the tile base. We looked at all the tiles. We looked at the Gaussians, and we ran a loss function here. We also ran something called an adaptive density control. And one sec. Yeah. So what we say is that for every pixel, we blend the Gaussians. We add saturation. We add all the opacity and the RGB value, and the opacity should not exceed 1. If it exceeds 1, we just don't blend it anymore because we know it's nothing. It's a background. Right? So when we do this for each tile, in each tile we have each pixel. We do it for the pixel. So we have, let's say, these parameters are updated every iteration, right? So the hardware is also important. So we need a GPU for this for parallel processing. For let's say we have an image and we have broken that into tiles, and for each tile we have 3x3 pixels, and we are trying to aggregate all the Gaussians to create value. I mean, to create the RGB and opacity saturation. And now we have to do this for so many iterations, right? For all the Gaussian, so there are like n number of Gaussians. We have to pass so many tiles. In each tile we have so many pixels, right? So we kind of cache the Gaussian values, and then we have to do parallel processing for each of the tiles, right? And then each of the pixels. So it is computationally intensive, right? Slightly. So not slightly, it's quite computationally intensive here, but so we have certain softwares which can render that easily, right? That's also one of the things. So the parameters during the loss function, normally what we do in deep learning and AI techniques or ML techniques is every step we update after the back propagation, we update the weights. So here also, after every iteration, which is each iteration will consist of going through all the tiles and all the pixels is one iteration. After each of that iteration, the MSCVA, which is the covariance and the transparency and all transparency and the RGB color will be updated. But after 100 iterations, the Gaussian grid that we initially created will also be updated, right? Why that is I will show you some of the things here. So there are two things that happen typically in Gaussians, right? Either they're under constructed or they're over constructed, right? So an under construction is typically here. You see that this is the surface. I'm trying to mimic this surface, but I'm actually I'm not able to using one Gaussian, right? So I have to create a clone for that Gaussian and then try to reconstruct the entire surface. Similarly for over construction, right? So I have a Gaussian which over constructed the surface. So I split that again and I kind of reconstruct the surface, right? So so in over construction, typically we kind of split that Gaussian, right? So the number of Gaussians always increase. Either we split them or we clone them, right? So I'll quickly go through this. I have 15 minutes. So ideally, what we're trying to do is after every 100 iterations, we want to see how much of the surface has been modeled. So if it's something like this, it's under constructed, we want more Gaussians, right? If it's over constructed, we want to split the Gaussians, right? So this is essentially what is happening in refinement. So for all the Gaussians, we do something called pruning. So we have a threshold for this also, right? I will show the yeah. So we remove the Gaussian if its alpha value is lower than a specific threshold, right? The paper has used 0.005. So this is the pruning phase here, right? This is after every 100 iterations, right? If it's too large, we remove that Gaussian, right? That's what this particular, these four lines represent, right? Then we do densification and over reconstruction, which is nothing but we either split the Gaussian, right? If it's over constructed or under constructed, we just clone the Gaussian, right? So this is what it is. The loss function that we use is this. It's a combined loss function. It has something called the similarity index parameter as well, and we combine the L1 loss here, right? So I've looked at adaptive densification. So just a quick summary. So we look at then probably I'll open it to questions. So we have a point cloud. We used 3D Gaussian values. We projected that to a 2D. We pass them through a differentiable tile rasterizer to create images. We apply the loss function. Since we have the ground truth, we do back propagation. We periodically we are blending it through the iterations through each tile and each pixel. After every 100 iterations, we are doing adaptive density control, right? So what are the data sets for this? We have something called a blending data set, which is 2630 images across 9 scenes. We use the MIP nerf data set. We use something called tags and templates data set, which is mostly outside scenery. So these have been used for evaluation benchmarking. So the idea was to make you go through this and understand what it's all about. You can go back and read the paper, and the tanks and templates web data set consists of outdoor scenes like this one, like, right? So this is another path breaking data set that we have. The MIP nerf, which was the first data set this has been trained on and also evaluated on, right? Then a couple of terms I'll skip. What is SSIM? Structural Similarity Index. This is also an evaluation method, benchmarking method. The PSNR benchmarking method, and LPIPS, learned perceptual image patch similarity. So we want to understand how similar or dissimilar are two images, right? So we pass them to a VGG network. You all have read VGG in CNNs, and we compare these. So we take the intermediary layers, those vectors, and then we compare both those vectors. So this is also a very popular evaluation index, right? A lower value here means perpetually closer to the ground truth. So if you look at PSNR, which is peak signal to noise ratio, we as the MSC increases, the pixel error becomes smaller, and in turn the value becomes high. So higher values will give you better accuracy. Similarly here as well. So these are some of the benchmarking techniques. So we look at MIP nerf now, and we see that compared. So this is the actual Gaussian splatting method. It's compared It's done well with the SSIM. I think also with the PSNR. It's not done so well in LPIPS. Uh, Tanks and templates data set, similar. You can use this in the paper as well. The deep blending, it's probably done quite well in the SSIM and the PSNR. So, what are the benefits of a Gaussian splatting? It requires less storage, but does require some kind of a GPU. So it's but still it is compared to polygon meshes, it requires less processing power, right? It's more realistic, right? And can replicate larger scenes, which include multiple reflections and depth, suited for real time, suited for VR and AR applications, right? And it can manage large scenes. It's scalable, but there's one very major challenge with Gaussians. It requires a GPU. Uh, Fine detail capturing is may not be, it's not that fine grained because it's an approximation. So we approximate that the scene is made out of Gaussians. So that's the first approximation that we do. It's like saying that we have a set of data and we approximate that to be a normal distribution, right? And so we are trying to fit that scene using 3D Gaussian, so it will not be that fine grained. So when you look at the paper as well, all the pictures, and when you zoom them in, it will not be that fine grained. And the other thing is Gaussian splatting cannot be used for editing purpose, right? Typical polygon meshes can be, so we use things like Unreal Engine, and we can render them, and then we can change them, edit them. We can't do the same. It's a AI technique, so we can't do much changes in terms of editing for that, right? So application, so text to 3D, the standard application. Autonomous driving simulations, so we can generate realistic novel 3D views, and right, and we also do 4D content generation, which is fairly new. So to generate 4D content, right? So creation of time varying 3D models for animation, right? So that is one of the uh, techniques. So some of the tools which render: Unreal Engine, Nerve Studio, V-Ray 7, Luma AI and Polycam platform. So these are all, so Luma AI and Polycam are platforms, so they do much more, but one of their components is also the Gaussian splat, right? So some of the tools here. I guess I've almost reached the end. Thank you all. Uh, I think for some of you this could have been slightly a little faster, but many concepts um, which have been rolled into one. So, but you can actually go back to the paper. It's quite interesting. And please, I'm open to any questions.
Yes, participants, if you have any questions for Ajay Devanathan, you can please go ahead. You can post it in the chat box so that sir can help you out. Any questions from the participants' end? You can post it in the chat box.
Okay, I guess there is one question now.
We'll just wait for 1 minute, sir, and
Sure.
otherwise we shall just conclude the session.
Sure.
No? Fine. So it has truly been an enlightening and engaging session with Mr. Ajay Devanathan today. On behalf of AMC Institution, ISC Department, I would extend my heartfelt gratitude to him for taking the time to share his invaluable insight with us. His deep expertise in AI, machine learning, generative AI, and large language models has given us a profound understanding of how these technologies are shaping the future. The real world applications he shared, from multimodal AI avatars to AI driven defense solutions, have truly broadened our perspective and inspired us to explore new possibilities in this ever evolving field. Sir, your ability to simplify complex concepts, provide industry relevant insights, and engage us in thought provoking discussions has made this session not just informative but also highly impactful. We deeply appreciate the time and effort you have put into making this session insightful, interactive, and engaging. We hope to have more such opportunities to learn from you in the future. Thank you once again for your valuable time, knowledge, and inspiring the presence on today on the topic 3D Gaussian Splatting Model Basics. Once again, thank you, Mr. Ajay Devanathan, for your valuable contribution to this FDP. Thank
Thank
you,
you.
sir.
Thank you.
Dear
Good evening,
participants,
everyone. The next resource person will join soon. So we'll take a break for 5 minutes.
dear participants, an important uh, note which you people have to make. After this session at around 5:30, the third session which will be beginning, immediately after that session of third session by Dr. A. Murugan, after that speaker, we would be having an online test which will be scheduled at 6:30 sharp, which you should attend by logging in through your ATAL portal itself and with the credentials. And at exactly at 7 o'clock, we will be having a feedback session from 7 to 7:30. And finally, valedictory session will be there from 7:30 to 8 p.m. The quiz should be taken up from your ATAL login credentials only. It will not be, you'll have to take up the quiz from the ATAL portal itself. anybody has any kind of queries to be asked, you can utilize this time to post it in the chat box. Because the speaker will be joining soon. So within that time duration, anybody has any kind of queries or anything to be asked, you can post it in the chat box. The quiz timing is at 6:30 as per the schedule which we have mentioned in the brochure, sir. And the feedback time would be from 7 to 7:30. Quiz is from 6:30 to 7, sir. Yes, ma'am, we can see your screen. Dr. Girija, ma'am.
Yeah, very good evening to one and all. We have an eminent resource person, Dr. Girija N. Now I request Professor Priyanka to introduce our resource person to the participants. Over to you, Priyanka, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Dr. Wali, ma'am. A very good afternoon, one and all. It's our great honor and privilege that I stand before you today to introduce our esteemed resource person, Dr. N. Girija. With an illustrious career spanning over 3 decades in academia, research, and industry, she is a highly accomplished scholar, educator, and researcher in the field of computer science, data warehousing, artificial intelligence, and cybersecurity. Dr. Girija is currently serving as a senior lecturer in the College of Computing and Information Science at the University of Technology and Applied Sciences, Muscat, Oman. She has also held prominent positions as professor and head of computer applications at RMD Engineering College, Chennai, and as a faculty member at prestigious institutions such as Middle East College of Information Technology and IC5 Business School, Chennai. Her academic excellence is reflected in her impressive educational background, where PhD in Computer Science from SCSVMV University, Kanchipuram, focusing on virtual library data warehouse models and data mining and knowledge-based business strategies. Master of Computer Applications from Bharatindastan University, Trichy. Bachelor's degrees in Mathematics and Library and Information Science from the University of Madras. Dr. Girija is an internationally recognized researcher and author, having published and presented numerous research papers in leading conferences and journals, including IEEE, Springer, and Elsevier. Some of her groundbreaking research areas include AI and machine learning, data warehousing and data mining, cybersecurity and blockchain technology, predictive analysis and business intelligence, smart technologies, and IoT and communication networks. She also has served as a session chair and review committee member for prestigious national and international conferences, including the Middle Eastern Simulation and Modeling Conference, International Conference on Intelligent Computing, and IIM Ahmedabad Management Conference. She has conducted several guest lectures and faculty development programs across institutions on data science, database security, AI, and business intelligence. She has also contributed extensively to open educational resources, translating complex technological concepts into accessible learning materials for students worldwide. Dr. Girija's commitment to academic excellence, research, innovation, and knowledge sharing makes her an invaluable resource person for today's FDP program. We are truly fortunate to have her to enlighten us with her expertise. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in extending a warm welcome to Dr. N. Girija, who would be delivering a talk on the topic Artificial Intelligence in Business Analytics. Over to you, ma'am.
Thanks a lot, Priyanka. I think my voice is audible to you.
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Yes. Okay, thanks a lot. So, my topic given by AI in business intelligence. Everyone, good afternoon to everyone, one and all. So, everyone, I think the session is not boring. I will make as simple as what I have, the knowledge. I have what I have experienced. That only I am sharing here. Maybe you can correct. I also get the knowledge from this session. So first we are very what this particular topic. What is my idea is just not telling what is business intelligence. I want to discuss various regarding business. What is the objective? What is the job description? What is the salary? What is a market field? What is a role? Like that, all the directions of the business analyst. Maybe we will discuss here this 1.5 hours. So hope you all people will enjoy. Let us start my session. What is the end of business analyst? What is the major objective of the business intelligence? It's nothing but business analyst, not business intelligence, sorry, business analyst. More comprehensive understanding of the market. He should understand what is today market needed for it. And customer and competitor, optimizing their marketing strategies. What are the strategies is needed? Fine-tuning product offering. That is major one. Today offers only. Why so many days we are conducting? Mother Day, Father Day, Friendship Day, Girls Day, Women's Day. So many days, Children's Day. So the major idea is they are continuously, they want to remind you the product offerings. And identify emerging market trends. What are the trends are going on? What is a new setup is coming? I think this preparation of this one, I'm thinking about ChatGPT. Suddenly jumping a newborn like DeepSeek. I think yesterday also, I think Professor Pankaj is explaining. So suddenly the new trend is coming, market trend is emerging. So everyone now attracted with what is the DeepSeek, correct or not? So this way, the market trend and what is going on in the market, that is more, we want to watch, we want to learn ourselves. Updation is needed. And driving innovation, growth, competitiveness, and profitability. Everyone this story. This is not a new story, I won't tell you. Everyone know the story of Nokia. Correct or not? Still now the phone is very good. The product is excellent, Nokia phone. Everyone still we are keeping as a memory in our house. So the Nokia product itself is not a problem, but technology, innovation, they are not what? They are not understand what exactly the customer need, the Android need. That's a thing, the flaw, a lot of product, if you say is very good, the old thing, but they are not updated, they are not upgraded for the requirement of the customer. What exactly customer need? The offering, whatever we are giving also, whether it is feasible. Today, I say very costliest is now upping is our gold, because this Middle East, you can see that, that's a market. So how we can purchase? Nobody have the cash flow. Nobody have increased 30% of the salary, but it will increase market. Oh, immediately they will change. Take the credit card and purchases, easy installment. Like that, this type of attractive offers makes people to come and purchase. This is what one analyst need. What is the next step to attract? What is the next offer we want to give? That's more important for everyone. This is a major. Costly means what we can do. How the normal people also do the purchasing habit, purchasing, how we can retain the customer. That's and all we needed for it. So any business analyst objective is, this is a core, what our point or core task of the any business analyst, whatever the listed, is very much needed. If you see the business analyst, whenever I see the business analyst, next one, business analyst career path, who can take the career path? Who is the correct person? Is nothing but, if you are naturally problem solver, single problem comes, you never take as a big headache. You think, what is the solution for it? And good interpersonal skills. That's very much needed. Why problem solver? If you see any animals, as a human being, we are thinking all the problems, always tension, we need break, we need enjoyment, we need relaxation. If you see animal, they never like that. If you close one door, suppose we have here a lot of cats, in Muscat means a lot of cats are going on. If you close one door, it never cry. It will go and jump in another terrace and come to the same house. We become wonder. It never cries and sit and never say that open the door, open the door. Immediately it go down. It will find another way. Correct or not? So this is what animals, even rat or cat, whatever it may be, we close, it will dig, at least come out, it'll find own way. This is what natural problem solver. They have that capacity. If you watch any thing, nature is naturally giving nature, but we are not accepting. That's the thing. Our mind is blocked. That type of tendency, that type of attitude is needed. The natural problem solver and good interpersonal skill. We take different points. We never take only one person ideas and what he is telling. That is what correct. No, not like that. No, bias. We can take everyone idea. Each one different level of people. If you see society, different level of people, different knowledgeable people. So we want to satisfy everyone as a business analyst. Everyone is important for business. So that's why we need a lot of interpersonal skill. We never think only I am a high class, low class level. Everyone is nowadays needed for the business. So next one, the business analyst gather and analyze company data. What is the job description of the business analyst? He gather, analyze company data to identify need and recommend solution. That's a major one. So analyzing data is a big job. Next one, identifying need, which is needed. That is, most of the people we ask, what you want? They don't know how to answer. If you ask students also or anyone, what you want? They won't give clearly what exactly what they needed. That is a major one. So this is a major task for us. We should identify what exactly we needed, how to prioritize. Next question. And recommend solution. Everything is not a perfect solution. Sometimes as a human being, we do approximate solution only we can give everything. A very perfect will happen based on the success. So they work across their client team to eliminate redundancy, repeating job, whatever it may be, and improve the efficiency. So this is what the job description of the business analyst. Next one, role and responsibility. What is the role of the business analyst? Identify vulnerabilities, because today security is a major one. If you previously money keeping in the bank is safe, nowadays keeping money in the bank itself we have doubt whether any online trade is coming, anybody is do some other problem, keeping house also problem. So the vulnerability is everywhere, not only online fraud, online data, they are taking the fraud videos, lot of things are coming there, lot of data is wrong data. So identify vulnerabilities in company process. Where is the security, right? What is a problem in the security? Keeping data, secure data is another one big task. So the data driven solution for improvement, that is also the another roles and responsibility of the business analyst. Now, as per business BA, we call as BA now onwards. BA skills is nothing but, as per Forbes recognized, analysis. Main thing is analysis job. So large amount of complex data, we want to recommend the solutions and communication. So clear deliver the data, verbal and written form. We should be very clear. I think a few days before, I'm talking about one particular shop, the offering, I said, you change the word. It will be the cost of price. I said, don't say cost of price. The percentage you are giving offer, then only attract for fees. Nobody will understand what is cost of price I'm giving. It is a technical word of accounts. Nobody understood that. If you, normal people, customer, they say flat 50%, flat 80% means it is very catchy. They can know, okay, 50% up, like that. So this way your communication should be very, very clear for understandable level. And interpersonal, working effectively with the customers and team with client organization, not only organization, the everyone, every level of people. We should have the very good interpersonal level. And problem solving, we already discussed that. We have interest of solving, creative problem solving of unique client issues. Some issues are very unique and it is not occur always. It should be very, very, very less time happen. For example, I will tell you, last week, the same time, the Saturday, I wanted to purchase something in online. I am checking all the comparative. Generally, I will do a lot of comparative study and then I come to the conclusion to purchase. I asked that person, he has some problem in, he's the north side of India.
Girija,
I said,
sorry to interrupt. Can you please make it as a slideshow?
Slideshow, okay. It's okay? It is okay?
No, ma'am. It's like a individual slides are like a slideshow. Can you please see?
Slideshow, 1 minute.
In the top, it is.
Slideshow, okay. Where it is this slideshow? Setup slideshow, I can go and do it, or custom slideshow. I think.
Ma'am, you just say from the current slide.
Okay, no problem. Current slide only I am telling. Current slide only I am talking.
Yes, ma'am. Just click on that option. I think it will present in slideshow.
End slideshow. Show tasker is there, taskbar.
No, ma'am. I think you need to go to the PPTs and change there.
One minute. It is coming like this only for me. It's okay?
Fine, ma'am. You continue, ma'am. Continue.
Okay. It's okay. Okay. So the problem is unique
Ma'am,
client
your voice is not audible.
voice is not audible. Now it's okay? Now it's okay?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You are
Okay.
audible.
Okay. The creative problem solving unique client issue is each client will give different way their requirement. So we never say this issue is not important. We should solve it. So what I said is that time I asked the fellow to do the demonstration, whatever the product I'm doing. He said, nobody asked. I just to show the video, everyone. I said, I want that one for some purpose. He did it. He said, this is a first time I come across this type of experience. I said, whatever I asked, you did video, no, just to post it. What happened, we see in Insta. He just post it. He became very happy. He said, everyone liked that video. That's what maybe like some client, they don't know how to ask it. So some people, the problem solving, we never be become annoyed or we never be very tense. This is very, very less what some people will ask. It's not more or less important. We should think everything is important. That is more important. And time management. That's a very important. Prioritizing task and getting job done quickly. Which job is very important for us? That's another important one we want to do. So AI role. Now we come to actual topic. This and all business analysis. How AI is a role on the business analyst? What is the role of the AI in the business? Whenever the new technology is coming to one position, first confusion will come. I think in 45 years before, the computerization introduced in the 80s and late 80s, first one is the bank. I think a lot of people can remember they did strike. No need of computerization. Today, if you go bank, if they are not doing anything, they're saying system problem. Please come tomorrow. This if you go cashier or anything, they only more than 20,000. Please come, sir. Otherwise, go to ATM. They don't want to encourage the people, entertain the people of the customer inside the bank. Any passbook entry, they say, no, go passbook entry machine, go there. Correct or not? Use online transaction. This is what the answer now. So once 40 years before, whatever it may be, now it become completely changed. So this what will happen whenever new technologies and trends are introduced, especially in any processing or anything, it's little bit confusion for us. What analyst to be replaced by AI? First question, whether there is no job for BI. And this answer, I think I will give you at the end of the this slide, end of this presentation. You people know what are the job opportunity, job market. That also we discussed. So it will AI replace BA? Will AI replace all the business analysts? Can Chat GPT replace data analyst? Like this. This type of confusions always be there. AI in business analyst. How AI do the business analysis? Refer to the application artificial intelligence technique. Technique is different and technologies, whatever we are using to enhance and streamline business analytical process. What we are doing for the business analysis. So what are the technique we are using? Now we can one by one. I categorize the three important tasks the AI in enables BE. There is maybe more, but I concentrate only three particular part. First is nothing but automatic repetitive task. So data cleaning, data gathering. Beginning itself, we see data collection. That's a major one. Pandas, the Python libraries to clean and prepare data set. It reduces manual errors. So that type of automatic repetitive task for data management. Data management is the first task. In the data management, we have a lot. That is another one. Using the data management, what I will do? Predictive. I will predict the analysis. Like Azure machine learning to predict customer expectation and implement the customer retention strategies and visualization tool. Visualization tool is today is more important using Tableau. I think most of the colleges we have the data visualization is one of the subject. Data visualization is everywhere. So this is a three categorized in data management. I'm concentrate one part, first one. The first one part, AI how using in the business analyst in the data management process. That's what here. That's what I want to say. I'm just taking what is what. I'm not going in depth of anything. Pandas is a Python library used for working with dataset. It has function of analyzing, cleaning, exploring, manipulating data. I think everyone knows this one. It is refers to panel data. That's what a name. And Python data analysis. It is allowed to analyze big data and make conclusion based on statistical theories. It clean massive data set and make readable and relevant. That type it is very useful for it. Where problem will face? This is a thing, AI tool is useful for us. But what are the problem faced in data management by BA? That's what our thing. What are the data, inadequate data he will get? Empty cells, data in wrong format, and wrong datas, and wrong data, incorrect data, duplicate data. Generally, we call this is called redundancy. In database, people will call redundant data, redundancy data, empty cells, something null data, data in wrong format. Whatever format we given, it will be not in correct format. This is called validation. Generally, we see data validation. This is a valid data. That way, the wrong data, something missing data, or that data is not irrelevant data. Generally, we call irrelevant data. That type of things. The technical word is a most occurring things in the data management process. So, focus on data management. AI relies on highly data tool like Snowflake. Ensure the data is well organized, accurate, accessible, and maximize the effectiveness of AI tools. Why I given this purple color is in later after this one, because I don't want to go and show every tool. You people go and check the tool. All are available today. Most open and free, or some licenses there, something is there. So you can go and you can get more knowledge about that particular tool. So I'm just highlighting only here. AI functionalities and understand how they fit for your workflow. For instance, try using ALATEX for automated data transformation. You want to transform into the your format or your whatever the format we are getting. AI speed up process like data collection and analysis, enabling faster product delivery. The BA work market analysis project use UiPath, I think very famous one, to automated data scrubbing and reducing time. Data scrubbing and screen scrubbing is there. There is two type of scrubbing, web scrubbing also there. So here you can see screen scrubbing and web scrubbing. So extract visual data on screen like from the images, from the chart, we can get the data, not targets. Today, what generally happen is in the chat messages, we are using heart or some flower, some symbols we are using it. So that is a major one now, emojis, whatever it may be we are using. That makes more sense. How many people likes, how many people dislikes, how many people give the raise the hand. Now itself we are using. So how many people are doing that type of screen scrubbing? Web scrubbing is extracting some text from the websites, extract big data set from the website. That is called the scrubbing here. This and all around data management. Still now we finished data management side. Now we see how next part is called analytical part in the data. How the business analyst focal point around decision making and analytical tool. Mainly machine learning algorithm they are using for detect patterns, trends, and correlations. So the focal point around fast data. So once my data set is ready, I clean, gain, everything is over using the AI tool. What is my next job? What is my next part? That's what the next part of the analysis. So now we can see the next part of it. So if you go to the next part, predictive analysis. Now we can see the predictive analysis. That's what the data processing and analysis. How we can do data processing and analysis part. Data gathering, cleaning, and analyzing data. We already know what are the tools we are using it for this. So we are doing data cleaning. AI-driven tools are now automated this process enabling faster. The machine learning algorithm, we said AI using technique and technologies that allow. Automated allow BA, that is business analyst, to focus more this one. For that, for example, decision tree for classification and regression, K nearest, SVM for classification, and ensembling learning means more than one technique. For example, two more learners, machine learning technique. And linear regression is the foundation of all the algorithm and machine learning, allowing make prediction based on the relationship and gradient descent. This and all the optimization algorithms, the finding local. These are the techniques generally they are used in the analytical part for the analyzing the data. These are few actually. And predictive analysis. What are the top 10 predictive analysis we see? These are the most top 10 predictive analytical algorithms are used in generally. So I'm just showing the highlight things only. I'm not going in depth. It will go as a IT based. So I'm just showing what are they are using currently. So this is what our thing. AI on the role of business analyst, predictive analytic and forecasting. So predictive analytical, the AI transform BA to forecast business trend. Suppose I got data, using the data, how the trend is going. Generally, prediction is very, very interesting for everyone. We see always what is our prediction of our horoscope, what is a prediction of rupiah, what is a prediction of next, what is a commodity, what is a prediction of share market. Correct or not? What is a prediction? What will happen? This job. This way, the prediction, what will go the realized. A prediction is always be moving towards interesting of outlier. So it is not only business analyst, normal common man. We always interest, showing interest. What will happen future? What is a prediction? The prediction is more interesting. That makes what that is hidden chic. So that's why we are very keen about knowing about the things, hidden things. So the predictive analysis will give some based on that the forecast. So especially what will happen, even normal weather. So this way the marketplace business trend. Historical data and machine learning model can now predict future scenario and greater accuracy. With historical data, we can clearly say this will happen, this will occur after the election, US election, this will happen. This way we can predict the political or what are the things are going on. The capability is particularly valuable for risk management and strategic planning and optimizing operations. Identifying the emerging market trends. What is the next people will go? Next, even education sector. Why they are doing syllabus? Now you can see there is no old 20 years before, 10 years before technology. We are not teaching. We are teaching what is the latest, what is the job market is opening. So that's what actually all the institutes are keeping as a syllabus or their course curriculum, whatever it may be, they are keeping. So this is everywhere, not only one field, all the field is the same. It's doing like that. So next one, predictive analytical software. What are the predictive analytical software helping for business analysts? I listed very few. Whatever I know only I am giving you a presentation. Adobe Analytic, Azure Machine Learning, we have SAP and Alteryx and Oracle, IBM SPSS and Spotfire, SAS, like that we have. I'll show only one or two in whatever I know only I'm showing. Others and all also. I'm not saying here marketing for all the tools. So whatever. Alteryx AI, this is very famous. And data analytical and data preparation tool. It is used for data analysts, data scientists, and other professionals for clean, analyze, and visualize the data. They are using one Adin Kobil Pot. This and AA assistant. I think in Teams, those who are using MS Teams also they can see nowadays. This Go Pilot is coming there. So can implement regression, classification, clustering, and other things. This include features such as magic document automatically and workflow summary and generate national NLP, natural language summaries and metadata and OpenAI connector. It allow easily deploy the machine learning models and integrate them the real world. So this is a part of A here. Now it is moving. Now it is okay. Now it is okay.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Yes.
okay. Now better I take this view. This is better view.
Yes, ma'am.
So
Yes,
next, okay. Advanced analytical. This is called the Azure machine learning. Next part is called predictive analytic and customer segmentation time series forecasting. So what it will do is nothing but business analytical can leverage machine learning models to uncover predictive insights about customer behavior. Customer, how they are changing. What is the customer behavior? Customer behavior is always a very important one. And sales forecast, demand and forecasting, and other business trends. Uh, that this will be very important one. This important factors of the predictive analytical, and they can build model of predict customer whatever the filter, what exactly the customer want nowadays. Customer segmentation, that is another part. The clustering algorithm segment the customer based on purchasing behavior or demographic. Whatever India needs, that is not needed by US. Whatever the US need, that is not needed by China. Generally, if you see the one product, even TV product, same brand, same company, they have Chinese brand, they have Thailand brand, they have different factory brand. Based on the brand only, they are selling different place, different price, different features. If you purchase same Apple iPhone in Australia is different, the rate is different, feature is different, like that. So this is based on the customer. That one, even some product, food product, based on the food product, same. If you purchase here, same biscuit here is different, export quality is different. Same tea, whatever our Assam Indian tea, India is different. If you coming export quality is different. So same label, it is a different from the segmenting the customer. And this help business target marketing and sales effort more effectively. Time series forecasting is nothing but is also help with forecasting future trends such as sales inventory needs and analyzing historical data and improve decision making planning. What is a forecasting? What is needed for the forecasting here? So this is a major thing of advanced analytical insight. Customer insight and personalization. This is a major part. Today, all the customers are important. Today, answering students also, we cannot say everyone generalized because level of people, maturity of people, income level of people, background of the people is different. Customized thing. Generally, the any place you see, we do customized making, we do customized thing. This is very important one. Business can use the data to offer personalized recommendations. You see the counseling and personalized thing. Personalizedly, they take care of the customer. Target marketing campaign and dynamic pricing models. Personalization is nothing but customer experience is everything. You can see personalization chatbots. That's why most of the bank or insurance, if you go loan, immediately chatbot will open. It will ask how I can help you, what I can help you, like that. So the business AI plays a role in domain to enable business to personalize interaction with the customer. So how many, suppose I have 10,000 customer, how many representation will keep and do the each customer personalized? It's impossible. So like a chatbot is very useful. Immediately it will open and say, how I can help? You can chat with me. So we can doing chatting with whatever our loan, especially insurance and loan. Immediately it gives solution. At the end, it will recommend, no, if you want more details, go and dial this number or contact this people or download this one. Maximum do repetitive task, whatever task. So we become very happy, whatever the data we are giving. So this way, personalization is very important today. And that many people employing is not easy as a business, as an organization. So AI-driven analysis, organization can understand individual customer preference, behavior, needs, and engagement patterns. So this is a major one. And business can and loyalty and satisfaction and leading increased the advanced brand things. So this is called the personalization and review. Review is more important. After this slides also, they will ask you what is your feedback. The name is maybe different. Review the product. If you go bank immediately, once you finish the token, immediately what the banks are asking, there is one tablet is there, they're saying, ma'am, give me your rating. for this particular task. Immediately we are giving for that representative. What is a review? Even if you do any shopping, immediately they are sending your email or register mobile, give your satisfactory survey. And if you want to go any place, what we are doing? TripAdvisor. First we are going and seeing, oh, how many people are giving satisfaction level about the shopping, that particular place. This is review is a now very, very important one. Comments, whatever it may be. Remind customer to leave reviews. That's more important. So continuously we can't tell, it will give one button. After review only you can continue. Reply the review. That is most important. The build customer trust. Thanks. I shall improve this one. Thanks for your suggestion. This way the recommendation is more, the replying, this response is more important. Value all reviews. We should be value all our reviews, 1 to 5 marks, and top reviews should be, and number of reviews, total number of reviews is coming, more reviews are there. We want to include, not only few means nobody is interested. So we should be have more top reviews. That's another way of understanding how the customers or the reviews is more important. This data is very, very important for us. Review the data. And AI and the role of business analyst. So for example, natural language processing, NLP and communications. NLP tool can analyze the text data from various resources, customer feedback, just now which are reviews, social medias, and internal reports. This way we can find and facilitate more efficient communication, generating reports, summaries, visualizations in natural languages, and making complex data. So NLP is also more important for the communication for the business analyst part. Now we can go to the next thing. This and all what the business analysis will. Now how business analyst, the part, the chatbot and virtual assistant are useful for the business analyst piece. So have you seen generative AI? That also we see here, what different type of AI here, generative AI and another AI method, open AI and all. What is the generative AI benefit for business? Improve customer experience, create content on the fly, facilitate customer services, boost personalization. Just now we talk about personalization, and improve task efficiencies, develop new product and knowledge-based management. This and all the benefit of generative AI. Next, our topic is this one, open AI and generative AI. How it is useful. Open AI is a artificial intelligence. Both are needed now. Both are we are using. Actually, everyone is using. Open AI is a artificial intelligence research organization focused on developing advanced AI technologies in safe and beneficial way. Generative AI refer to the category of AI models that are designed to generate new content such as text, image, music, or even video based on the data were trained on. The creative AI model, I think GPT-3, GPT-4, and a large language model capable of understanding the human-like text. And OpenAI GA goal is to ensure artificial general intelligence AGI benefit all. OpenAI organization behind specific technology like GPT and Canvas. So this I will show you what is that Canvas is we are using. In its broader term, if I say generative AI, a category models such as text, image, music, or video based on the train, and variety of AI system used to create new and original output. For example, GPT, like one form of OpenAI, is generative AI, generate text, while other system like DAL-E and developed by OpenAI generator. For example, one of my friend is a musician actually. He's a music player. What he did is now, I think recently we have one National Day in November 18th is our 28th is our National Day that week. What he composed is he said he went some AI tool. He given here is our country is here no Oman. He given Oman this word that word is needed. We want one song. It creates very nicely lot of lyrics, and he changed some lyrics. He given this word I don't want, this word replace, and he got very good nice. never need some composer or anything. He did very nice one song. He give tuning, automatic lot of tuning is there, mixing. He given very nice one album. That's what. So within, he said, if normally generally it takes for us at least 2 to 3 days, I did this within 1 hour, maximum 1 hour. Actually, that is itself we say very what 1 hour is very high. Actually, we can finish within half an hour, but I did some improvement, mixing everything. This is what the what easy makes easy for the job for everyone. Broader concept referencing any AI and create new content based on the patterns. Now we say one thing because continuously I'm talking. If it's boring, we can see one OpenAI software how it is working. We see here. This I will copy and show you. I think this I share the screen or not. I don't know whether I will share the screen. Screen if people can see. Generate images. Can you see here? Suppose I want to enter some words. Maybe I can give as maybe some, for example, some natures. I can say mountains, and I can say sea, star, clouds, something like that. I want to make one image, generate the image. This and all my thing, how the I told some words if you give automatically give it. You see mountains. So what we want, you can get it that one, generate. So suppose I want this picture, not this picture. So maybe sun, moon, whatever it may be, you can include. So you can include the picture. So Canva, we can use the Canva, we can easily become what? Easily you can make portrait for the picture. This one. So this is a way I can create. I can give the command. We can do the lot of things. We can edit. We can within the picture. I can put it this also. So this is very easy way. One designing. Previously, I think we are using paintbrush or paint something like. Now within seconds, whatever the way the coloring, natural like this, it's coming. This is a magic of our what we can say generative AI. So this is a thing we are using nowadays. The kids are using. I'll share once again my slide. So within seconds, we can use and we can create a lot of images and a lot of other things. Using the things, we can prepare the slides. I think yesterday, the session, they are showing how to prepare the slides and all using the AI. I think everyone today using GPT. So it is not a new thing for everyone. So no need to introduce this one. Just a thing for the thing. just for one review, just for one introduction like that. GPT stands for Generative Pre-trained Transformer. This type of AI model developed by OpenAI. So the deep learning model specifically designed for natural language processing. So like understanding generative human-like text. Generative, what is the three words? Generative, pre-trained, transformed. What is generative? The model generate contents like text from the data it was trained on. So I'm giving just now one text. I want moon, I want sea, I want beaches or mountains, whatever it may be. The text, whatever it may be. Pre-trained, the model is trained on a vast amount of data on the books or website. Used to specific task, I want the picture. My task is picture. So it will give the pictures. So that's what it will doing. Language, grammar. Suppose I want to prepare. I said the music. They want lyric. They want a poem. They want something. It's creating. So this is a pre-trained. Transformer. It transforming. The architecture used to build the model. It designed to process sequential data like a language more efficiently and better understanding of context compared to earlier model. Very natural. The paintings is very natural. Very good coloring combination. Everything, how the poems, the lyrics should be very excellent. That way it will give. This is what the GPT stands for. This is a developer. GPT model can perform variety of tasks such as writing essay, writing poem, writing any articles, everything, and answering questions, and summarizing text, translating languages, and holding conversations. A ChatGPT and GPT-3 and GPT-4 models are versions of these technologies, with GPT-4 being the most recent and most advanced. These models are capable of producing more accurate and content-aware human-like response. Generative AI-powered chatbot, that is our next one. Virtual assistants generally. AI chatbots often referred as intelligent virtual assistants or virtual agents. It cannot understand a free-flowing conversation, use the natural language processing. It can understand and answer user questions and automated response to them. Nowadays, news readers, you can see news readers, anchors, a lot of people are there using the generative AI powered chatbots. Chatbots can handle the real-time actions as routine as a password change, all the way the complex multi-step workflow spanning the multiple application. I think I will this seminar after a few slides we can come across the RPA. That time I'll say I will show that what is called RPA, the repetitive work how RPA is doing. So it can analyze, extract insight from natural language conversation, typically between customer interacting with the business with chatbot and virtual assistant. Not only this customer virtual assistant and this chatbot mainly useful for physically challenged people and impaired visual the eyesight, the blind people. This type of people also very, very useful, this type of thing. That type of client, that type of teaching, this is very useful for them, finding and searching and guiding them for normal life for those people also. This is virtual assistants are very useful. So chatbot, what is the difference between chatbot, AI chatbot, robotic process automation, RPA? Software simulating human conversation, and this is decision tree style menu navigation. So this is one. This is AI technology, machine learning, natural NLP, natural language processing, and natural language understanding that accurately how the deep learning capabilities. This is AI chatbot. RPA is single interface to act direct upon user intent without further human intervention. So how it is sending automatically the email for your banking, the alert messages, your maturity is over, and this is what you want to fill up, your visa is over. Like that, this is robotic process automations. Okay, so that type of task. So doing chat GPT, I think all are now using the chat GPT. first generative AI tool to make public release. It is often referred to as do anything machine. It is generative, pre-trained, transform. Just now we see that what is the different each meaning of generative, pre-trained, transform. So it is a multi-model large language model trained for created by OpenAI. And Copilot. Copilot is Microsoft developed by which launched a new version of Ping search engine called Ping Chat. So it is able to cite resource and create poems and write both lyrics. Just now I said they are using, and very fast they are creating music and this one. With GPT-4, it is able to understand and communicate with numerous language and languages. This is the advantage of business analyst. Suppose natively we are talking on different languages, it is very easy. We can communicate with our customer. And Google Bot. So this is a first powered. Lambda is language model for dialogue application. This is an explanation. Was introduced improving coding and mathematical abilities. So invented machine learning takes a better grasp the intent of search queries. And next one is called Thought. This is created by this company started former open so one of the employee of OpenAI employee. So it explained rules follow given reasons of behavior, suggested the task without crossing the lines, which is a reflect principle called the constitutional age. Automating routine tasks, that is RPA. I think I written one book in the international level like RPA in the e-services, especially in the banking, how the RPA is used. That's what I did in Springers. That is there. So the AI is streaming routine and repetitive tasks. The boring, why we need the boring, the same employee we are keeping is giving a money. For example, passbook entry, there is one counter. Nowadays, no, one machine is doing. Teller, there is no teller, now ATM is doing. And every time we forgot to give the message, automatically message is coming. Your fixed deposit is now expiry date, this what maturing date. So automatically do, and your visa is maturing. You want to update your Aadhaar with the link with your Aadhaar and update your things. And these type of things, emails, communications, and auto-based processing. Now RPA is using by most financial and other things, and automatically sending grading system for the student. One assessment is over, automatically it sends the grading to all the students. Like that. This is and all we are using the institutional based RPA. The particular assessment student automatically get alert message like that, and give this particular undertaking form and apply for specialization form and do the survey like that. This type of repetitive things in the institutions, this type of things automotive is needed, routine job. And tasks such as report generation, data entry, and analysis, every week they do the data gathering analysis. Automation not only improves efficiency but also reduce risk human errors and ensuring more reliable and constant outputs. So what is a RPA job position? You can see that RPA champion is in filling gap between technical and business team. Here RPA analyst is nothing but he can do ensure automation capturing valid informations, and then we can do this one. That is a BA RPA analyst, the job. RPA architect is nothing but accessing automation workflow, and RPA developer create RPA tools. So different RPA positions are there. Robotic process automation, different positions of the RPA. So skill enhance and evaluations. Next two things. I said this is a automation, AI is there, analytical is there, data management is there. What skill actually needed for business analyst? We already know job description. You want to create a predictive analysis, you want to retain customer, you want to know competitor, you want to know customers. What are the skill is needed? The integration of AI into the business analyst necessary to shift the skill set of BA. Increasing demand of the efficiency of AI and machine learning concept, and present opportunities of BA to take more strategic role and focusing the what AI-driven innovations and business growth. That is a major one. So here, improve decision making. How do I improve the decision making? Decision is a major part, correct path of decision. Correct data is there, analysis is there. How to take the decision? What way I can, how I know the decision is correct. So that is a major, that is also one of the important skills. AI-driven dashboard and visualization tools also aid in presenting data more actionable format. So business analysts are using the AI to make informed decision and improve the competitive advantages. Data-driven decisions and improve business outcomes help achieve strategic goals. The practical example, the BA using Google Analytics, AI features to identify underperforming market channel, which is underperforming, and optimize the budget allocations, which, for example, mostly this will be used by share marketing people, fund managers, which is underperforming market. We won't invest. We shift the things, SIPs. We shift the mutual funds. Generally, they will use this one. So the Google Analytics, even YouTube. I am running on YouTube. The YouTube Analytical, we see which age group they are doing this particular video they like. They are doing so many analytics for us. They are sending continuously the thing, improve here your video, improve this one. These people are more attracted. This way you change your content. How many things they are giving tips for us. So this is a way they are giving the helpful for us. So the improve competitive Tableau, you see Power BI. Power BI is most useful now. Business intelligence courses are more now wanted for the people. So the other increasing have a significant AI components. The benefits of AI in business analytics. Improve this. Why I want to use the AI? What is the AI used for business? Improve decision making. Just now we see improved decision making. Cost effective. Automation of tasks. Improved resource allocation. Competitive advantage. Companies can leverage AI to stay ahead and scalability. So enabling business scale their analytic without manual interventions. So these are the, anything I say benefit. Use AI, use AI. We are at the same time, anything we are usable, using new technology and things, some challenges also be there always. That side also we can see. We see all the 360 degrees of any usage of technology we see. So we see, still now we saw only the positive side of this one. Now we see what are the challenges of implementing this one. What is the other side of this? Challenges. What are the challenges of this? The challenges is nothing but the benefit of AI for business analysts are main skill gap. They should improve the skill. They need to develop new skills. So training is very much needed for learning Python and data manipulations. This needs data quality and data analysis. Poor quality of data, it leads the problem for it. Ethical concerns. The ethical standards such as data privacy, fairness, that's very much needed for them. And integration issues. Implement AI existing workflow. Suddenly, we cannot able to change all the workflow or business process. So that type of things we need the thing. So this is a major challenges of business analysis. Next one, a future of business analyst with AI. A role of business analyst in artificial intelligence become more prominent, increase collaboration. BA will work closely with AI engineers and design. So now he should, everyone, he cannot be very good in technique or technology. There is a lot of technology people are there. He should join with the people in the team and he will get help for them. For instance, co-developing AI-driven customer engaged modules and more strategic role. So they will sit with them and more strategic role they will using AI access, viable new market entries and what are the things we want. Decision making process and validating AI generate forecast before presenting to the customer. So AI-based generative, what are the reports? Customize the AI solutions, developing, suppose What are the solutions AIs are giving business challenges? Creating a model to optimize inventory management, recommendations. This and all we should concentrate. Up to now, we see AI is the best. AI is using for business analyst. Now, as per the job market, we see. Next part is purely job market. What is a salary? What is a job? Now we understood. Next era is AI, using AI only. Business analysis job become very easy. So now how the companies are intake? What is a job position for us? So first one is nothing but job market. Next topic is job market. So what is a job market for business analyst? Now, the top companies, always top companies hire this one. There is no doubt. Always top companies are hiring the any business things. It is not a easy thing. So business analysts are high demand across banking, insurance, retail, healthcare, and consulting firms on both large and enterprises and startups. Now I talk about the Indian market, how the Indian market, what they are doing in the Indian market. Here, business analyst career path. What is the growth? Suppose I want to join as a business. What is a career growth? Generally, what is our next position? There is any career growth is there or not? So when several years of experience, business analyst can progress into senior to lead analyst. So they say process analyst, IT consultant, solution architect, product manager, project manager. So there is a managing team. We can transition into specialized role. We can do step-by-step process also. There's some particular role. There is no progress in the particular job type. We should be up to the end. So that is a starting, that is the end of the job position. So you cannot have to upgrade yourself, your job. If you upgrade only, you should get better position, your knowledge become wider, and you get better salary based on the economy condition, whatever it may be. That is very much needed. Any job, we need career growth. Career growth and career path is very much needed after particular time. So the career growth of the business analyst is the open. The next one we see, what is a certification process? What is the qualification I need? What type of knowledge I want? We already say AI knowledge is very much needed today. But at the same time, for what needed, other than this, what I want to need. Further education like MBA, some people say MBA like master of degree and analytical skill can set up analyst up for advancement into managerial roles. One of our relatives is studying in New Zealand now for fintech technology. He studied actually in the engineering called engineering. He joined as a actually the normally not a computer science or nothing. E&I. So E&I or civil or mechanical, whatever it may be, they are joining. That particular company, they need the business analyst. Correct or not? Everyone need it. Some financial, BCom or whatever it may be, accounts based they are doing. They can go and join business, fintech type. Fintech is very most important for e-services and banking services, that type of things are there. So that type of MBA is a one particular type of qualifying ourselves. What is another one? Another one is this need bachelor degree, any relevant field. For example, I am in the accounts field, I am in the marketing field, or I am in the particular civil engineering or some manufacturing type, manufacturing product, whatever it may be. A particular thing plus CBAP. CBAP means Certified Business Analyst Professionals. That type of things we needed for this one. PMP, Project Management Professional Certifications. Make project manager and skill where more relevant. All are available nowadays in Adobe, and a lot of online is there. Online courses are there. If you see, they are providing these courses. And very, very professional and very tough. Some people will say PMI-PBA. That institute is running. Many project manager apply for this one. Project Management Institute Professional in Business Analysis. How chartered accountant, say that type of course is a more skill and create more job opportunities. This certificate exam, you can expect salary more. How Cisco, how we can say ISACA, how we can say Oracle certificate, like that. This more certifications give value for international level marketing, and it will give the more skill set for the business analyst. So we never say business analyst. We should know what exactly we want to equip ourselves, we want to do for the certification course. For doing this type of what we can say is equip ourselves, go to the next level, how we want to do it. So because everyone student is not coding or learning. Some people interested in managerial, administrative, and analytical skill, they are select this type of jobs. So instead of a technological and technical job, this is also one type of administration job for finding. The next one, what is the salary? How I get salary? It is a good salary or bad salary, this job? The type of salary analyst in India varies based on sectors. Average salary, I am referring Glassdoor, based on the Glassdoor I am giving. The average annual salary of business analyst is 10 lakh. And Indeed is another one. I think if people know that, like Naukri and whatever it may be. So this slide I given based on the Naukri.com is giving. That's why I'm referring the link. There I find what is the job market for it. So here I'm giving salary based on the lot of portals. What are the job portals they are saying? Slightly lower. It is giving 8 lakhs, whatever it may be, per annum. Experience level. Entry level, what is the salary? And early career, 1 to 4 years, around 5 lakhs per year. Mid career, what is 8 lakh? And senior level, 10 to 19 years, what is a career for? In India, I am not going any US dollars and all. Normal in India, what salary level for the business analyst? This is how they are giving for it. So this is a career path. So what is the location? Salary, we never say, not only skill, not only experience. It vary based on the locations. So Bangalore, average annual salary, they are given 9 lakh. And Mumbai, what is around is 8 lakh 29,000, almost 1 lakh differs based on the expenditure, based on the location and industry also. Where I am, which industry I am business analyst. IT and services, 9.5. Management consulting, 10.4. Fintech, 11.1. That's why more people are now going MBA Fintech. I said no, abroad they are going for Fintech, this one. So top employers, TCS, Avengers, and Wipro, they are selecting, this is a salary. This is not very, this is approximate, the salary they are offering. I got this information from the sites. What are the job employment site? How they are given offers for the salary for the employee, for the business analyst. What are the things they are doing for it? What are the things? Next one, job openings. As per this month, 2025, business analyst open, how many job positions are there? Some job position, lot of competitiveness is there. Some position, nobody, lot of people required actually. Very openly I am speaking. Almost 3 decades is over in the teaching field, academic field. Now, after 2010 or 11 onwards, the IT industry boomed. Any engineering you study, anything you study, everyone got the job. All have the job openings is high in the IT industry or different industries. What happened is now academic experience people gap is very, there is a very big gap here. Nobody is coming. Now 28 years, 25 years, less than 30 years teachers, ratio is less. Now who is available this academy is, last week we did this analysis. More than 50 plus is there. 50 to 55, 60 people are there, doctorate. Young people are not joining this profession. What will happen? This is the thing. Every place, openings is very, very important. Where the gap is there, where the vacancies are available, that identification is very, very important for job market. There only we should keen in concentrate in our life. So job openings, what type of job openings are there? Job openings, if you see now, as per Naukri.com, it is saying 15,000 openings per year. Every year, the different job portals and Glassdoor and Found It and Indeed, they are giving this many job vacancies of India. I'm talking about only India, not worldwide. Not worldwide, I'm not going. I'm talking about only India. What is the job vacancies? What is the job opportunities are available for only in India? This many job vacancies are available for it. So if anyone interested this type of things, we can equip, we can do the certification, we can get the target, and we can develop this AI, whatever our skills, AI based tool skills, and we can go ahead for this business analytical job also. So this is what the job position and certificate position and what is the opportunities are available. So now almost the end of this my presentation conclusion. So last one is my summary. What I still now almost more than 1 hour 15 minutes. What is my things I going in? AI allow the automated repetitive tasks like BA collection. This is a summary we studied. So it will help for the business analyst to data collection, cleaning. That's what we saw. We saw a lot of tools, whatever the tools is using. Predictive analysis, what are the technique? We study a lot of algorithms, how it is improve our decision making. Predictive analysis is using for it. AI minimize error and ensure if you do repetitive job, lot of errors will occur. So the AI, if you do without error, it will do. It never feel boring. It never feel tired. It will do. The tool like NLP and process mining, predictive modeling, data visualization like Tableau or Power BI, it will do the business impact. Adopting AI improves efficiency, accuracy, cost trading, and strategic focus on BA role. AI integration require new skill and data governance and ethic and change management. The management should also adopt this one. The management should accept whatever we are doing. In the future, BA will be collaborate more closely with data scientists because they never do unsit. They will always collaborate with the data scientists and more strategic responsibility with them. The data management people they should have. And BA can add tremendous value to the organization, certification and business opportunity and salary also. We see in the last part of your this one. What are the opportunities are available? What are the openings are available here? So this is my references. So this is my slide for you. Thanks a lot, one and all to everyone. Be patient and listening. Whatever knowledge only I share, maybe everyone knows everything in the world. So you have better than me also. So thanks for opportunity. So one and all.
Yes, dear participants, any queries you have for Dr. Girija, you can always post it in the chat box so that ma'am will help you in answering. Dear participants, any queries? No, I don't think anybody has any queries, ma'am. So on behalf of AMC Engineering College, Information Science and Engineering Department, and all the participants, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Dr. N. Girija for delivering such an insightful and engaging session today. Her deep knowledge and expertise in AI and business analytics have truly enriched our understanding. The way she simplified complex concepts, she shared real world applications, and provided valuable research perspectives has been both informative and inspiring. Dr. Girija, we sincerely appreciate the time and effort you dedicated to this session, ma'am. Your passion for teaching and research is truly commendable, and we hope to have more opportunities to learn from you in the future. Once again, thank you for your valuable insights, engaging presentation, and impactful contribution to this FDP. Thank you once again, Dr. Girija ma'am.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for the opportunity. Thanks. Thanks a lot.
Thank
Thanks.
you, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, dear participants, one more time I'll be announcing that the online test would be scheduled at 6:30 p.m. sharp, which would be attended from your respective ATAL login credentials, and feedback would be taken from 7 p.m. to 7:30, followed by the valedictory session, which would be held from 7:30 to 8 p.m. Thank you.
Yeah, good evening. Uh, we are waiting for the next resource person to join. We will take a break for 5 minutes. Thank you. A very good evening to one and all. We have an eminent resource person, Dr. Murugan A. Now I request Professor Priyanka to introduce our resource person to the participants. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Valli ma'am. A very good evening, everyone. It's my pleasure to introduce one of our distinguished participants in this faculty development program, eminent speaker, Dr. A. Murugan. A seasoned academician and researcher, Dr. Murugan brings with him a wealth of experience spanning over 2 decades in the field of computer science, web security, blockchain technology, and cloud computing. Currently serving as a professor at SRM Institute of Science and Technology, Chennai, Dr. Murugan has held various leadership, etc. Roles, including associate professor, assistant professor, and lecturer, contributing significantly to academic excellence and research advancements. Dr. Murugan's academic credentials are equally impressive. He has done his PhD in Computer Science and Engineering from SRM Institute of Science and Technology with specialization in service-oriented architecture and web security. He has completed his MTech in Computer Science and Engineering from Bharat University, Chennai, MCA from Madurai Kamaraja University. His research contributions are extensive with numerous international journal publications, patents, and consultancy projects to his credit. His work on data security, cryptography, blockchain-based secure systems, and AI-driven cybersecurity solutions has been widely recognized. Some of his key contributions include secure cloud-based log management system using homomorphic encryption, web security mechanisms for detecting and preventing cyber threats, blockchain-based healthcare information exchange systems, AI-driven predictive analytics from anomaly detection and cybersecurity. In addition to research, Dr. Murugan has played a pivotal role in academic leadership and student mentorship. He has actively contributed as a coordinator for national level workshops and technical symposiums. Department placement coordinator. He has also played the role as an academic advisor and program coordinator for gaming technology. And plus, as an NSS program officer, also as a guest lecturer for cryptography, network security, and service oriented architecture. His passion for continuous learning is evident from his certifications from prestigious institutions like IIT Kharagpur, NPTEL, and Coursera in blockchain, cloud computing, and database management systems. Dr. Murugan's commitment to research and education has earned him accolades including a Best Teacher Award at SRM University in 2006. He is also a fellow of esteemed professional bodies such as ISCA and IET, further cementing his position as a respected figure in the academic and research community. We are privileged to have Dr. A. Murugan as a part of this FDP program, where his knowledge and insights will undoubtedly enrich our discussions and learning on the topic AI applications in healthcare. Over to you, Dr. A. Murugan.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your brief intro. Can I share the screen right now?
Yes, sir. Yes, we are able to see your screen, sir.
Is it visible?
Yes, perfect.
Thank you. Thank you for the brief intro about my career path in academics. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for giving the opportunity to be a part of this ATAL FDP program on AI and different domains. Thank you, one and all, for inviting me for this as a guest speaker for this AI in healthcare. First of all, I am a professor at SRM University, and I am leading the iOS Development Center at SRM University. We are one of the first certified Apple certified professional, and I'm also heading over the gaming technology courses. So, why we have taken this healthcare, AI in healthcare? How AI healthcare plays a major role in current scenarios. I think participants are attending for the last 5 days, and they've been attending in all the fields where AI plays a major task in IT industry, either in automation and other education field. Similar way, how AI can help in healthcare. Why I chosen this topic is we have been collaborating with a lot of medical care units. We have SRM as a medical college, and we have been collaborating with the medical college to do a lot of medical care apps, as well as some of the applications that is needed for medical. That's the interest that I got to do AI in healthcare. So when I say AI in healthcare, moving to the next slide. Okay, what we are going to do, what we are going to learn from this, how people nowadays, whenever they go for hospital or any other diagnostic center, they are able to get the schedule, they are able to get the diagnostic easy in when compared with earlier days. So that's how AI is helping in healthcare field. AI in healthcare is transforming the industry by improving diagnostic, very fast diagnostic. Now, right now we are able to get it from AI because of revolutionary that happened in AI. Earlier days, it takes a long time to do the achievements in diagnostics. Nowadays, it's easy for us to diagnose the disease in the earlier stages itself because of this AI model that we use in medical and healthcare systems. Also, treatment plans. Nowadays, many of the hospitals has assistants, the chatbot assistants, and then scheduling the appointment. Even the doctors are cared by the AI. And patient care. What is about patient care? I say here is nowadays everything is tracked. Every activities of a user can be tracked over, and each patient knows is what is sugar level or BP level, patient care, and what he has to take remedial action when patient got his symptoms on this, and the operational efficiency. These are the various
Dr. A.
parts
Murugan,
where. Hello.
Dr. A. Murugan, sorry to interrupt. We would like to have a group photo with all the participants as well as the speaker. We'll just take 5 minutes so that we can finish that.
Yes.
I request all the participants to turn on your video so that we can have a group photo. So you can stop presenting for a while.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I request all the participants to kindly switch on your cameras for just 2 minutes. Camera is deactivated. Yeah, I think most of the participants are able to switch on the cameras. Kindly check from your end. Is it done, ma'am?
Is it okay? It's done.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I think we can continue with the session. Thank
Sorry.
you. Thank you all. Thank you all participants. Dr. Murugan, sir, I think you can continue with your session, sir.
Yes, ma'am. 1 minute.
Dr. Murugan, sir, I think you can continue with your session.
Yes.
sir.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am.
Okay.
I'm just sharing the screen.
Yeah, sure. We thought, I think, was there any problem with the audio?
No. Just a minute.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Yes. Is my screen visible? Hello?
Yes, sir. You can see. Yes. Yes, sir. It is visible.
Yes. Thank you. So as I said, what are the advantages that we can able to achieve through AI in the current scenarios? One is that leading to advancement in healthcare treatment. We can able to get treatment faster using AI. And we are able to quickly, accurately identify the sign of diseases through AI. These are some transformation that happens because of AI that revolve in the healthcare field. Also, patient can ask medical questions and receive answers in absence of doctors. That is what happening in many of the telemedicine thing that is happening in the current medicine fields. Also, what happens is it also reduces the cost of, instead of going there and waiting for doctors to get the appointment and then do that, we can able to do. The cost has been reduced, and it's decision faster, making the decision faster. We can able to do with the AI. Some of the errors that has happens in the administrative things can also be rectified. Human errors can be rectified through AI. These are some of the advantages why we move to AI in healthcare. So nowadays, most of the surgeries, what we hear that most of the surgeries are done by robots, AI models that take care of the healthcare. So the healthcare sector is one among them that AI is going to be a major role. That is what I said about improving treatment process. With independently, they can do with better results in terms of disease diagnosis and medical care assistance. Main thing is disease diagnosis. What I say is disease diagnosis. We have a lot of models, machine learning models that plays a major role in diagnosing the disease, and for therapeutic based things also we can use AI as a tool. So the increasing availability of healthcare data and rapid, that is what development of big data analytics method has made possible for a successful application. We have a lot of data that is available. A lot of data sets are available. A lot of data that medical data are available to progress into AI in healthcare. Diagnostics, how the diagnostics can be done. Whether if you have a past data, then I can able to diagnose various fields of diagnostic. We can see one by one what are the fields that AI can be used for diagnosis of diseases. That is how AI applications, AI can use in different applications of medical field. AI also used in fitness tracking. Devices that monitors heart rates, sleeping patterns, and walking activities, helping users to generate alerts and exercise accordingly. All nowadays we are using smartwatches that we are able to track the health of the individuals. This is the various way that AI that has been used in healthcare domains. To enhance diagnostics and early detection, different diagnostic fields where we can use AI in the field of diagnosis and detection of diseases. One is cancer detection. Lot of research is going on. Nowadays, we are able to see that a lot of researches are going on in cancer detection. And these researches has been carried over by AI field, okay, so that we can able to predict cancer earlier, in the earlier stage itself. A lot of PhD research and other medical research are going on in cancer detection. And it helps in identifying tumors at the early stage for treatment, to make it a treatment as success. And then Alzheimer's diseases. Alzheimer's analyzes the brain scans to detect the early sign of neurodegeneration. That is what happens. Alzheimer's is one of the cause of dementia that happens in the early stage, that can be diagnosed in the early stage and can be given we can able to rectify, or we can able to reduce the cause of Alzheimer's through early detection. And cardiovascular conditions, AI detects heart diseases through imaging and predictive analysis. We can able to identify whether based on your heartbeat rates, based on pulse rates, that detects your cardio effects that happens in your body, and then you can able to recognize that, and we can able to give diagnose easily and detect in the early stage of the cardiovascular diseases. I'll play one application what we have been developed for Alzheimer. Alzheimer's is nothing but a patient who will cause a memory loss. They're not able to remember their neighbors, their parents, or they're not able to recognize certain objects. For that, we have developed some of the applications for medical college what we have, and we have been deployed over there for Alzheimer's diseases, even for Parkinson's diseases. One example is that how AI plays. This is one of the application where we have developed for diagnosis of Alzheimer patients. They can able to recap certain things. See that it is prompting a lot of questions to the patients who have been in Alzheimer. Every day, what daily activities can be questions. We have prepared a lot of set of questions, and the model will be trained in such a way that it prompts the question based on the day-by-day activity to the users. We have given a lot of instructions, videos, how they can able to recover, and a lot of questionnaire sessions. It will be like a questionnaire. Even the patient who have been affected in Alzheimer's, they are not able to identify their own home neighbors also. See that this is one of the game where they can able to recover. They are able to recognize what is the country, what is the state, what is the place, numbers. These are some of the games, smaller activities that we are organizing for the Alzheimer patient to do, and then be able to recover. Not fully recovery, it can able to reduce our loss of memory somewhere, some extent. That is how we have gone with this app, and it has been deployed over the SRM hospital. See, somewhere it will they'll ask the photos of the even the daughters, and they're not able to remember it. For that recovery, we are doing this app to be deployed over the hospitals, and they do. What I'm saying is this app, where AI comes into this, there is a machine learning model that runs over in this app, such that it prompts the question based on the daily activity of the patient. Sometimes it goes for family identification. Sometimes it goes for their daily activity. Either they go for, sometimes they go for, they forget what they eat in the morning. For that, the multiple questions has been generated by AI model, and that will prompt to the patient so that every 1 hour, every 2 hours, every 3 hours. So that is how it calculated, and you'll get the score of each patient. What is their level of recognition of all these things? That's how this app plays a major role in Alzheimer's disease diagnosis. Just an example that I posted is this video, a simple app that we have been developed and deployed it in our medical. Similarly, see here, this is one more video I used to play. People who have stroke patients, they sit and stand near the kiosk system or the system that is available in your hospital, and they're able to move the portion, give the posture of the body such that the virtual object that is moving over in the screen, that will be moving around to catch some of the objects similar way. When he moves left and right, this and all are some of the remedies that the patient can get. The model, we use media pipe ML model to train the model, and then the model will generate how much second the user is able to withstand either in the same position, or they can move diagonally in different direction. How much they are able to achieve is these are some of the healthcare projects that we have been done for Alzheimer patient, Parkinson's diseases, and which uses the AI model, machine learning model, to train the data set, and we used to recognize and give data for researchers as well as for the patients also, and the doctors also. Doctors gets data about the activity. See, in this Parkinson's, based on the movement of the patient, it will be monitored over in the screen, and the virtual object that is moving over, by which he can effectively be able to recognize whether he is moving perfectly or not. There are a lot of similar simple games we have developed. Game-based therapy. These are some game-based therapy that we have been built it in our university and deployed it in our medical college for using AI in healthcare. These are simple examples that I've shown for you to how AI can help in different domains. How we can integrate AI in healthcare. people have been using, studying computer science, and people have been developing a lot of things. Now that can be integrated into with an AI model, and it can be used for medical applications. These are sample medical applications what we have developed, and I'm able to showcase to you. Similarly, we can have 3-4 applications that we have developed for Alzheimer, Parkinson diseases, even stroke patients, and deployed over there for get treatment in the early stage, and even for reduction. Some stages that it goes for reduction. Sometimes they have severe effect of strokes. They can reduce by doing exercises and all these. Similar yoga based, all are coming under enhanced diagnosis and early disease detection. Why I'm saying this? These are applications where a user where you can be able to develop on your own, and you can use in the healthcare diagnosis for medical systems. So that is what enable timely treatment, improves survival rates, and enhance patient care. That is a major objective why we are moving here in the healthcare. So medical imaging, as I said, AI detects abnormality in MRI scans, CT scan, X-ray with high accuracy. AI-powered imaging tools that uses mammograms and CT scans to identify tumors in the early stage and enhancing treatment for our treatment in the outcomes. So we used to have get the CT scan images, MRI images, and X-ray images, and accurately we can able to identify what is the disease, cancer tumors that is available, or mammograms, CT scans. We can able to detect using this AI tools. Disease detection helps in early identification of cancer, Alzheimer, and cardiovascular diseases. That is what I said. Simple examples which I shown for Alzheimer and Alzheimer patients, those who have been affected, can able to not able to fully recover. At least some stage they can able to recover from this using this application that we have developed, and they can use it for that. AI in pathology speeds up the tissue analysis of faster and more precise diagnosis. There's a lot of medical vision, Zebra medical visions for analyzing medical images. That are tools that has been used for analysis of medical images in AI. Early detection using wearable devices. We can use some of the wearable devices. Sensors are used for there, and these sensor data are diagnosed and analyzed through our machine learning model to be able to predict the disease. AI speeds up tissue analysis for quicker and more precise of diagnosis. Also, reduce human errors. Some of the cases, some errors that happens because of human intervention and misguidance of the human, that can be reduced through accuracy and detecting diseases. We can accurately able to detect. Nowadays, 100% accuracy we are able to give of cancer detection through AI tools that is available. A lot of AI tools that is available to detect cancer diseases, and accurately says that where the tumor is found in your, even the brain cancer, brain tumor, and then other diseases we can able to diagnose. AI also improves efficient pathology, leading to faster treatment decision, that we can able to identify faster decision. Then it's about personalized treatment plans. This is one of the major causes why. One is diagnostics. What I said is diagnostic is about how we can in the early stage, how can we be able to diagnose the disease, and what are the different causes of disease that happens, how we can able to do AI. We have seen some of the examples, and how we can be able to detect through this. Next is about personalized treatment plans. So AI analyzes genetics, life science, and clinical data to tailor treatments of the individual. So we can give personalized treatment for individual patients. That is through predicting diseases in the early stage and optimizing therapy effectiveness. That is what. So for a particular patient, as I said, for stroke patients, what is the movement that he has to do? And for the heart patient, what is the diagnosis that has to be done, and how fast that the treatment has to be done for him? That the personalized treatment plan can be done through AI. So it indicates to the patient that this is the stage where you are critical, and this treatment has to be taken care immediately. That can be done through decrease the disease risk and the cause of the disease that happens. This leads to a better patient outcomes with a targeted and precise treatment that we can able to give in time. That is a precision medicine enhances drug efficiency by tailoring treatment to individual. I can give accurately what this time the patient can take medicines. Okay. So a simple example, lot of patients able to forget or able to not able to take the medication in a proper time, and proper treatment cannot be done in proper time. For that, we have been AA uses for personalized treatment and treatment plan that we can able to give it for the patients. So it reduces adverse effects to considering genetic and lifestyle factors. What you have to eat, even diabetic patients. What is the diet that they have to take it? How this diet can be monitored, and what is the cost of the diet that they are taking. All this can be given individually on personalized treatment plans. This is what the particular patient can take. This approach leads to safer and more effective healthcare outcomes. So I can able to identify individual patients, and based on the patient's cost, I can able to give the treatment for them. Then AI analyze patient data to predict health outcome and disease progression. So based on the patient data that we analyze, see nowadays that is what every data is recorded, and each data can be analyzed to get the disease projection. Some based on your heart rate, based on your pulse rate, even by our diabetic patients, what is the range of diabetic that they have, everything can be easily diagnosed. That is what we have smart watch and all other things that is available. And based on that, we can able to give the treatment plan in time to give a personalized treatment plan for a particular patient. Similar way, it helps in early intervention, personalized treatment planning. So before, if the patient is cost more heartbeats, what the previous prevention that is to be taken for him to get recovery on these diseases. That's how we go with the personalized treatment plans. This improves patient care and by reducing risk and enhance decision making. Faster decision making can be done through this personalized treatment plan. It depends on the patient to patient analysis and then give diagnosis for the patient. Early detection with the cause of the disease or and the treatment can be done in the early stage using personalized treatment plans. Next is about drug discovery. This is one of the major thing where AI plays a major role in drug discovery and deployment. In earlier days, if you take it, it will take 12 to 13 years to discover a drug. As you've seen that IIITM Hyderabad have a high hub. They have a lot of data sets that is available for drug discovery, and they are having a separate panel for drug discovery through AI. They have a separate panel that has been framed with in the IIITM Hyderabad for drug discovery. What they are able to do is diagnose earlier discovery of new drugs for the disease that cause. That is what the AA plays, where the AA plays a major role. They have the separate iHub data sets which can be used for drug diagnosis. Without that, earlier days, we have with that for drug recovery or discovery of drugs, it takes more years. But now, as of AI comes into picture, quickly able to discover new drugs based on the disease cause and able to analyze molecules, what is there in the for the drug analysis. All this can be done easily. We can able to identify through drug for AI. So AI predicts molecular interactions, speeding up drug discovery and development. That is what as I said. With AI, we can able to predict molecular interactions that happens during the drug discovery. Can be done faster since we have larger data sets that is available, and these data sets can be used for early discovery of drugs in the drug diagnosis field. Okay, discovery and development. So similarly, it helps to identify potential drug candidates more efficiently. So earlier days, when the drug has been discovered, this drugs has been tested over either that is clinical and preclinical activities. We say that One of that is either it can be tested with humans, and the earliest stage before testing it has been done to the human, it has been tested with the animals and other things. For that, AI plays a major role in testing the drug discovery. It helps, that is what, identify potential drug candidate for more efficiently. Who is the candidate, for what is the drug? Based on this drugs, what is the infections or inflammation that happens when the drug is taken by the particular patient? That can also be analyzed. If this drug combination, whether it can be given to a particular patient. That analysis all can be done through AI. And that is what it is, drug discovery and development. This reduces the research time and cost, leading to faster medical advancement. That is what the research which has happened in the earlier stage before AI comes in. For any drug discovery, it takes to 12 to 13 years. Whereas when after AI comes into picture, we are able to give faster results, and with the research and the cost has been reduced so much, leading to faster medical advancement in drug discovery. Similarly, it optimizes patient selection and data analysis, speeding up clinical trials. We can use clinical trials checking and predict patient selection, for which patient has to be given this drug. Testing can be given for which patient, what are the costs, and based on the previous prediction that I can able to analyze, these drugs can be given and tested over for the particular patient. It AI optimizes the patient selection and data analysis. What is the cost if the new drugs has been given to the particular patient? That is how it speeds up the clinical trials. Whom it has to be given, and what costs that happens with the earlier medication that they have and the new drugs that they take over. All things can be predicted earlier using AI. It reduces the times and costs by predicting drug efficiency more efficiently. The time and cost of drug discovery by prediction drug efficiency are done faster. This leads to faster approval and quicker access to new treatments. See, nowadays, lot of even a COVID treatment, when the COVID happens, the drug discovery, if it takes for 12 or 13 years, then we can able to get the proper medication for COVID. Similarly, AI models that has been used for drug discovery for faster approval of and quicker access for new treatments, how the medicines can be tested over in the patients. So AI analyzes existing drug data to discover potential new therapeutic applications. That is what I said. We have been giving a lot of remedial recovery for therapeutic based applications. AI analyzes existing drug data to discover potential new therapeutic application. In the sense, if I give this drug for a particular patient, what happens and how the cost of what is the cost of this when the drug has been given to the patient. Okay, these can be analyzed through AI. Off-label uses, expanding scope of available treatment. What are the treatment that is available? For this, we can able to analyze for these drugs. When the new drug is discovered, what are the different treatments that can go for the discovered drugs, and how it can be deployed over, where it can be deployed. What is the cost if it has been deployed to the particular patients? This approaches accelerate drug repurposing, offering quicker solution for medical needs. When we go for able to give the access to patients in the earliest stage and for the drug detection and discovery, we are able to accelerate what we can propose for the, if it is not, if the costs goes for other effects, side effects. What are the effects that happens when the drug has been given to the patient? What is the cost that happens? Everything can be detected, and for these costs, we are able to repropose the drug discovery, and we can able to go with that. So one example which I given for a drug discovery is, if you go and see in the AATM Hyderabad, we have a high-hub data set that is available for drug diagnosis. For all the diseases, they have the data set that is available. We can they are using AI machine learning model to diagnose to discover the drugs that is needed for various diseases. And what is the cause of the drugs that happens when it has been given to the patients, and what is the treatment that can be done, how it can be combinations of the medicines that can taken care for testing can be done through the drug discovery and deployment, where it can be deployed, how it can be deployed. This is what the strategy that they use over there. So it's just a minute, I check. Just a minute, I'll present one video that is available for the discovery. File is not uploading. So as I said, are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir. Audible.
When we say when you say that drug discovery and deployment, the machine learning model that they are using they can use some of the machine learning models that they can use for their drug discovery or decision tree, support vector machine, base, or various machine learning models that they use for drug diagnosis and discovery of diseases. The one video file that is not running. Next is about virtual assistant, virtual health assistant and chatbots. Many of the applications nowadays, if you go for Apollo or MedPlus, all have 24 cross medical patient support. This has happened because of AI. AI chatbots of 24 cross 7 patient support by answering some of the questions and providing guidance to the patients. That are virtual health assistants and chatbot. This plays a major role nowadays. So when you go and search for some of the medicines and some of the applications and medical applications, they are able to chat with us. The patient can be able to chat their cause and the disease, the symptoms that they have, and they can be able to chat through patient support system. So they want not only that patient support system that supports for answering questions and providing guidance. And it also supports for scheduling the appointment with the doctors. This assists in appointment scheduling. There are a lot of telemedicine that nowadays is available. Telemedicine system by which we can able to call the doctor and we are able to, without going directly to the doctor's place, we are able to get the treatment by scheduling the doctors, and then we are able to give based on symptoms. It can the doctors can able to, even the chatbots that has been used are able to give based on the symptoms. It will say these are the disease that can be that we can able to diagnose. This is cause of the disease, and these diseases are detected, can be given as an assistant for this. This improves accessibility and reduce administrative burdens for healthcare providers. So these are some applications where chatbots are used in the current scenarios, by which we can able to interact with the doctors directly, drug manufacturers, or even the medications, by which we can able to get the assistant through virtual health assistant and chatbots. There AI plays a major role. AI chatbots, that is what offers 24 hours patient support. You can able to get any time. I can able to give my symptoms, and based on that, what is the cause and what we can treatment, or what is the treatment plan that I can be able to go. All this can be given through virtual health assistant and chatbots. So they assist in appointment scheduling and help patients check symptoms remotely. Nowadays, many of the doctors are making a test online consultation. Even after online consultation, for appointment, we can able to use these chatbots to get appointments earlier in the earlier stage and check their symptoms remotely. This improves accessibility and reduce administrative burden for healthcare providers. Even faster it can be accessed. No human intervention is there. Automatic scheduling of appointment for doctors and patient. They can able to see what is the patient cause or symptom the patient is providing. Based on that, what they can give the treatment. Everything can be analyzed using virtual health assistant chatbots. Similarly, virtual nurses, which help chronic disease management, offering personalized care advice. So nowadays, lot of patients with dialysis or something, the chronic disease patients, they are able to get assistance through virtual. How they can able to provide medications, what medication they have to take it in time, how they can able to give the prefer their own treatment on chronic diseases that happen. That is what virtual nurses that helps in chronic disease management, offering personalized. So each individual will get the personal assistance and advice from the nurse. Here, what is that is, sometimes if based on the continuous treatment of them, sometimes the system can prompt it. Because we can able to prompt that the symptoms or the cause or the reduction of disease that happens during the regular course of through the virtual health assistant and chatbots. They provide medication reminders to ensure patients follow prescribed treatments. One thing is major cause for disease is the medication that is not taken properly. We may have reminders in our mobile. Even then, we are not able to get the medication properly. So the follow-up within a time period and give follow-up medications, that has been done through AA model. So every time the chronic disease patient has to take every 1 hour or 2 hours, what they have to take water frequently, liquid items frequently, and this personal advice can be given to virtual health assistants. We can able to indicate the user that they can take water this time, and they can able to take medication in a specified time. They provide medication reminders to ensure patient to follow prescribed treatments. So when the medication reminders, another thing is a reminder of medications. Sometimes you are not able to get the medication properly, and the the date expiry, and all this can be given assistance through virtual health assistant and chatbots. And when the medicine to be purchased, even the medicine purchase can also be given reminders to the patients such that they can able to purchase, get the medicine in time. Because medications is very important for chronic disease patients. These reminders and the indications can be done faster through virtual health assistant and chatbots. This improves patient adherence and enhance overall health management. So when the patient is taking properly the medications, and based on the assistance that is given by the model, they can able to get proper assistance, and they can able to improve the patient adherence and enhance overall health management. Major cause of diseases, if your medication is not taken in time and proper analysis of data, proper analysis of disease is not done properly. All these can be done through AI model. I can able to analyze based on your data that is available. How fast? That is what I have given one example on the Alzheimer disease. So if continuously if the patient is replying for the questions that the application is prompting, after a few days, every 1 hour they are not able to remember. Then after that, the recovery will be faster, and they adhere to the regular activity. That is what the improvisation that we can able to get it through virtual assistants, health assistant, and chatbots. So this improves the patient adherence and enhance overall health management. Automatically, the patient health can be improved through AI model. Robotic surgery and automation. AI-assisted robotic system provides precision control during a minimally invasive surgicals. See, for normal surgery, we need at least 5-6 specialized person in for surgery. So when AI is assisted, that interventions and minimal invasive surgery can be done through AI robotics. Precise control and during minimal invasive surgeries, AI is assisted through robotics, and that system provides us. They enhance accuracy and reduce human errors. So we can able to do surgery through robotics and reduce human error or cost that happens during the surgery. Similarly, this approach shortens recovery times and minimizes surgical risks. The surgery can be done faster and in time with avoiding the human errors that happens through a robotic surgery and automation. So AI and robotics reduces human errors in surgeries and treatments, improving precisions. So normally in surgery, if we go for normal surgery, plan that discussion that happens between the doctors and the others can be reduced, and then major part of the operation can be done through robotics, and automation can take place and reduces the human errors that reduce human errors in surgeries and treatments by improving precisions. Also, they shorten recovery time by optimizing procedures and minimizing tissue damage. So costs because of some human intervention or human thing, the damage for the patient as well as certain disease costs can be reduced through robotic surgery. Easily able to recover. The recovery time and optimizing procedures are reduced when we use robots for surgical purposes. Some of the medicals, they are planning now with the AI with robotic surgery. Many of the retinotherapy and all other things, diabetic retinotherapy are done through robotics. This leads to faster discharges and reduce hospital stays, enhance patient comfort and efficiency. So once since the surgery is done in a minimum time and the cost has been reduced and damages are very less without the human intervention of robotics, this leads to faster discharge and reduce the number of days that the patient is staying in the hospital are reduced. Earlier days, For major surgery, the patient has to stay for a long period and the cost for the hospital and other things are more, and these can be reduced to robotic surgery. And everything is automated in the patient's surgery and the diagnostics. Even the medications given for the patient can be done through robotics. In time, the food delivery and medication that is given for the patients can be done through robotics. The automatic and robotics is doing the cost of the stay and the discharge is faster, and this reduces the patient's comfort and efficiency. Next, about administrative efficiency. As I said in the beginning, one is diagnostics, how you diagnose the disease in the early stage. AI can use to predict the diseases and how the treatments can be done based on early detection and diagnosis. And then we go for treatment plan. So whenever diagnosis is done, how the treatment can be done, personalized treatment can be done for the patients, such that it takes lesser time for the patient to get reduction from the cause of disease. That can be done through AI model. And then we also seen about how the drug diagnosis for a particular new disease that is arriving, how the drug diagnosis can be done, and discovery of new drugs can be done through AI, and how it can be deployed over and tested through machine learning models instead of directly going to humans or animals. It can be tested through machine learning models. How the next is about administrative, how it costs administrative efficiency that happens when the AI comes into picture. So these are some of the administrative tasks that is available that can be done through AI model. Then based on this, the cost is reduced and faster administrative things can be done through AI model. These are various administrative tasks that is carried over in an hospital management system. If you go for any hospital, there are some of the tasks. One is document management, supervision, and then inventory management, protocol management, and finance management, everything, HR management, all are done through AI models. All are done through AI model, and faster and efficiency, effective administration can be done through AI model. And then reduce of human resources in certain places, that's for effective and advancements of administrative things that can be done in an hospital. Even the performance report development, all these are done through AI model. Many of the systems, many of the administrative softwares that they use to detect who is doing good, what is the effectiveness of doctors that they have done, how many surgeries they have done, and what is the success and what is the diagnosis they have done, what are the medicines they have done given for the patients. All things, all the records, all the documentation work can be done through AI model. These data sets can be used for diagnosis and analysis of diseases. So that is where administrative efficiency comes in, where AI plays a major role in administrative efficiency. One is AI automates medical documentation, reducing administrative workload for healthcare providers. So all the documents manually, now even nowadays we have EHR record, electronic healthcare record is available, by which AI model plays a major role in maintaining the document. Not only maintaining the document, once the document is maintained, what the analysis can be done given for the hospitals for administrative purpose. For administrative, they can be given through AI tools. It increases the administrative efficiency. How long a doctor has served for a particular day, and how long what are the different diagnosis a particular doctor is now, how the nurse treatment and feedbacks that we got from the patients that are recorded in the administrative softwares, and these can be analyzed, and based on that, effectiveness to the workers can be given through model. How long, based on the feedback that is given by the patient, what is the effectiveness that the hospital is doing for the patient, and what is the cost when the doctor is not done the treatment properly. We can go through administrative efficiency. That is what AI automates medical documentation, reducing administrative workload for healthcare providers. So it gives perfect results based on the feedbacks from the users. It streamlines billing and insurance claims processing, ensuring accuracy and efficiency. See, a lot of whenever a patient admits in an hospital, billing is the main thing where there is a lot of administrative difficulties are there in producing the bill to the patients, and cost. All these things can be done through AI software and the machine learning model. So it streamlines everything, billing and insurance claims. Earlier days, every time the medical person or the person in the medical hospital has to come and ask for the medical bills and other things. Nowadays, everything is automated. After a period of time, it automatically gives a notification to the user. This is what the billing, this is the cost of the billing that happens for the treatment that has done, and what is the insurance claim that you have to do, and what time the insurance claims are then processing, what is the stage of insurance claims. These notifications are given through administrative efficiency. In this field where the AI also plays. So it streamlines the billing and insurance claims processing, ensuring accuracy and efficiency. Okay. Another one is this saves times, reduces errors, and improves the overall healthcare flow. So automation. Why we have gone for automation in hospital management is to reduce the time. It saves the time, and everything can be done in time. That is why we go for administrative efficiency. Save time, reduce error. Even the errors, human intervention errors, writing something on the document can be reduced, and these data can be used for other purposes also. This saves times, reduce errors, and improves the overall healthcare workflow. For these purposes, this administrative effectiveness can be given through AI tools. Even as it mentioned, there are a lot of communication that can be done through patients. After a period of time, if the reminder has to be done from the hospital for their treatment or next appointment schedule, everything can be done through AI model. In the hospital, through administrative efficiency, the AI has been used. So that is what AI reduces physician burnout by automating administrative tasks like paperwork. Everything is, earlier days we have a record of reports. All these records, nowadays all these scans, MRI scan, CT scan, even all the diagnostics reports are digitalized, and these digitalized reports are automated. There is no any paperwork, and these automation can be used for both the diagnostics as well as patient care. It also intimates the patient based on the results. What is the notification that can be given to the patient? Earlier intervention can be done through this automation. This allows doctor to focus more on patient care and less on routine documentation. So even for the doctors, it reduces the load. So they have all the data. Nowadays, if you go to the hospital, all the data and the pre-visited data will be available in the hospitals, and these data can be used for doctors to know the costs and the report and the record of the patients. When he has already earlier approach for the disease, what is the cause of this, what are the symptoms? Every time instead of writing, they can have the patient data available to the doctors easily. The doctors should focus more on testing and less routine documentation. Instead, in the earlier dates, we used to write everything on the paper. Nowadays, everything is automated, and the doctors also feels easy for analyzing the patient's record. This can be done through administrative efficiency. It enhances job satisfaction and helps prevent the work-related stress in healthcare. It automatically reduces the stress of the people working in healthcare management system. All the documents are available so that easily they can able to get the data and they get more accurate information about the patients and the intimations to the patient. All these can be done faster to administrative efficiency. Next is about remote monitoring and telemedicine. This is what I earlier told about this. AI-powered wearable device continuously monitors patient by vital heart rates and blood pressures. Nowadays, whatever the activities that a patient does, all these activities are recorded through our wearable devices. All our daily activities are monitored through wearable devices. And then what is the variations in their regular routines can be intimated either to the doctors directly. You can directly intimate to the doctors directly what this is what happening in today's activity of a particular patient. Lot of wearable devices came in for monitoring the patient's disease and diagnosis. It also reduces the detection easy. Faster detection of diseases can be done through remote monitoring and telemedicine. Immediately, whenever the pulse rate or the heart rate increases for a particular patient, immediately that can be intimated to the patient or to the doctors so that the doctor can give alert to the patient such that they can able to give a predictive action on reducing the risk for the patients. Remote monitoring and telemedicine. AI-powered wearable device can do monitors and patient vibrates, vital like heart rates and blood pressures. They have real-time data allowing early detection health issues. That is what nowadays every moment of the patient is recorded, is monitored and recorded, and these data are used for analytical purposes. That is how, as I said in the beginning, earlier diagnostics can be done through data analytics. Lot of machine learning models, deep learning models are available if the data based on the data that is large data that is available. Early detection, early diagnostics can be done through AI model or machine learning model to reduce the data, to reduce the risk on the patient's costs. So they provide real-time data for allowing for early detection health issues. Earlier days, we go to the doctor and we say that today I have been walked this, today I have been done this, based on this, what is my cost? But due to the telemedicine and remote monitoring, every activity of the patient are recorded and each data is known immediately to the doctors for remedial actions. What is the remedial action that is to be taken immediately to avoid risk for the patients? Also, this enables proactive care and improves patients' safety by alerting healthcare providers to any changes. This is what I said about proactive care. Immediately, it gives even nowadays, instead of intimating to the patients, it can be if there is a severe risk on the patient's data that can be notified by a doctor, can be intimated directly to the neighbors of the patients, either to the housemates or something who can able to take care of the proactive care can be done easily and the faster recovery can be done based on this. Reduce the risk for the patient through AI models. The AI-powered system enables remote diagnosis by analyzing patient data from wearable devices, proactive interventions. This approach is especially beneficial for managing chronic disease, improving long-term care. Mainly for chronic, as I said in the beginning itself, chronic disease patients, they has to be taken care in time, and then the intimations to be done to the patients immediately. That is what the approach is especially beneficial for managing chronic diseases. Even the medications, whether the patient has taken the medicine, lot of apps are available to monitor the timely reminders of medication that is to be taken for a patient, and alertness that is given to the patient and the neighbors about the patient that's not taken the medicine in proper time. And even the water, chronic disease, kidney disease patient, they will have the intimation every 1 hour or every half an hour, what is the level of water they used to drink. All this is monitored. Diabetic patients, the diet control, all this can be done remotely, and then this can be given to the data has been recorded and given to the doctors for analyzing for the patient's criticality. So this is what this approach is especially beneficial for managing chronic disease, improving long-term care. So if we are take care of this disease, and long-term recovery and long-term reduction of disease can be done through remote monitoring telemedicine. Immediately, based on your data that is fetched from the wearable devices, immediate intervention can be given by the doctors to the patients to avoid the risk that happens during the regular activity. That can be done. Easy diagnostics and what is the immediate medication that they have taken also can be given through that. Predictive analytics for hospital management. AI helps hospital management patient inflows by predicting the admission rates and peak times. So I can able to see what is so nowadays when we go for an hospital, there are a lot of appointment scheduling. It will be take time. It helps hospital management patient inflow by predicting admission rates and peak time. What is a patient inflow that happens in a particular hospital for a doctor? All these can be analyzed. So I can able to manage the admission rates that happens in a particular peak time. That can be the predictive analytics for hospital management. It optimizes bed allocation by analyzing real-time data and patient needs. So that is the major cause. Sometimes we go in an emergency for an hospital, there the bed won't be available. For that, we can able to get the data. What are the bed that is available? What is the availability of critical care sessions? All this can be done through predictive analytics for hospital management through AI model. So today, this number of patients admitted and number of patients as discharged, and what is the bed available, what type of bed that can be given for a, or kind of allocation that can be given for a particular patient. Everything can be done through predictive analytics and hospital management. AI system has to prevent resource shortage by forecasting demands of our medical supplies and staffs. One is that a shortage of resources. One thing is, sometimes if we see that some of the medication that we go for medicals to buy some of the medicine that is not available, these shortages can be reduced by forecasting the demands based on the data that is available, staff that is medical staff that is available in an hospital. What are the how many staffs are available? This can be reduced. AI systems can prevent shortage of resources. This leads to reduced hospital overcrowding and ensures timely care for the patients. By using this analytical data, we can able to avoid overrush during peak times in an hospital system through this hospital management. Here, all this AI plays a vital role in predicting data. What time, how many patients are in the hospital, and how many patients are outpatients, and how many inflow of the patients that happens, and what is the resource that is available for the inflow of the patient, what is the cost of medicine that is available for the inflow of the patient. All this can be done through analytical model, and you can able to predict for efficient, effective hospital management system. This leads to reduce hospital overcrowding and ensure timely care of the patient. Overall, AI improves patient care by streamlining hospital operations and enhancing resource efficiency. Effectively, the resources can be utilized, and effective patient care can be done through predictive analysis of hospital management with the AI model. So these are some epidemiology and public health insights. AI analyzes large data sets from healthcare reports, social media, and news to track disease outbreaks. So what is the current disease that is happening? that is what I said. As I said in the earlier, drug discovery, there is a large data set that is available that the IIT Hyderabad is using for the iHub data, which can be used for drug discovery. Similar way, larger data sets are available from the health reports or from the social media and the news to track disease outbreaks, certain disease that is happening. So this is what happening in a particular region. What is the cause for this disease in a particular region in the public sectors? These can be analyzed through large data set. All the data that is available in the medical records can be analyzed and give prediction for disease that happens in a particular region, track disease outbreaks. It helps monitors pandemic trends and provides real-time updates on speed of diseases like COVID-19. Yes. As I said, what is the prediction, pandemic trend that has happened, and real-time updates, what is happening in the, what will happen the next, and what we have to go for prevention during this cause of pandemic situation that happens for particular diseases. Okay, real-time update can be given and spread disease like COVID-19. It helps monitor pandemic trends. Again, AI enhances preparedness by predicting future outbreaks and identifying high-risk areas. See, that is cause of certain disease in particular areas can be predicted. The heavy rainfall is a heavy snowfall or heavy disease that happens in a particular area can be predicted based on the data that is available, data model that runs for the health insights. So we can able to prepare for what will happen in the because of the cause, being able to get ready for curing or healthcare management for this. AI enhances preparedness by predicting future outbreaks and identifying high-risk areas. What are the high-risk areas where the disease cause? All this can be identified. It supports response strategy by applying allocate resources and medical support efficiently. Also, it improves public health responses, reduce the spread and optimize containment. What is the response that we got for a particular thing? Public care things can be done through a lot of data sets that is available. This is why a predominant in public health insight that happens, and these can be predicted and analyzed based on the different regions, areas, and based on various data that is available. And it's about mental health support. A lot of AI mental health apps offers cognitive behavioral therapy and emotional support to users. See, a lot of apps are available nowadays, as I shown. So, see, many people are saying about stress, how to manage the stress. What are the stress? How the stress happen? How to manage the stress? What is the emotional support that can be given to the user when he is in stress? How the yoga or the meditation can be done? What are the postures how the meditation can be done? How the yoga to be done? Stress relief things, cognitive behavioral therapy can be given with the about mental health care apps. One of that is what I shown in the beginning. That is again a cognitive behavioral therapy. That is how the patient behaves based on that. What is it? We can give the therapy based application. They detect patterns in speech and text to access user mental well-being and emotional states. Sometimes it gives textual content, speech, voiceover for patterns in speech, and give mental health and the emotional states. Okay, they voice over note for them and then give assistance through text. These apps provides personalized coping strategy based on individual mental health needs. They have personalized one-to-one interaction with the patient for strategic analysis. AI helps monitor mood changes and alert users to therapists if intervention is needed. Based on emotional support or emotional thing needed, mood change, through which there are a lot of AI-based apps which can be used and alert users or therapists if intervention is needed, where the intervention needed in a particular period. Where I can give help or support during my mood change and it alerts gives the users as well as therapists. This increases access to mental health care, offering support anytime and anywhere. So that's how AI can support and give mental health access to mental health care and offering support anytime, anywhere. When I have my mobile with the AI enabled, automatically we can able to use chatbots to get my data, or I can using wearable device I can able to get the data. So what are the challenges and ethical consideration that is there is? One is the data privacy. While doing AI with the healthcare, main thing is data privacy and security. AI system must ensure strong protection of sensitive patient data to prevent breaches of unauthorized accesses. Whatever we do research on AI in healthcare, medical diagnostics, all this in data, what are the data that is recovered from the patient, it to be prevented properly. Data privacy is major costs or challenges that we have in doing. Ethical clearance has to be done for every medical related projects or app, whatever the model that we are generating, we have to get an ethical clearance so that data is secured and data privacy is maintained. AI model should be trained on diverse data to avoid reinforcing healthcare disparities and ensures fair treatment to all patients. Fairness of treatment, no bias or diverse data. We have to get various diverse of data and give proper diagnostic of data based on the data that is recovered. Regulatory compliance. AI application of legal and ethical standards such as Health Insurance Probability and Accountability Act, General Data Protection Regulation. This sort of the ethical clearance. There should be an ethical clearance done for all the data that we use for our medical projects. These are challenges that we do when you go for research on medical. When AIS can enhance healthcare, it should assist, not replace healthcare professional, ensuring decision remains under human guidance. Always the data that is provided or the information that we provide to AI should not replace, should assist. That is what human oversight. Everything is human oversight. Ethical AI must be developed and used way that prioritize patient well-being and will adhere to legal and ethical frameworks. These are some of the challenges and ethical consideration that is to be taken care when we use medical data in our data analytics or the model that we build it for using AI. Thank you. Video customers. A minute. Video.
What?
Hello. Just a minute. I'm sharing one video. Are you able to see this video? Hello.
Yes, sir, we can see. Yes.
This is another application which we have been developed for medical college for research for cognitive behavior of the patients and for Parkinson's diseases. See, simple idea of games that we have developed and it has been deployed over there. How much time which are the lights are on for the patients can able to, what is the time taken for the patient to analyze, chase the object, memory the things. The patient cannot able to remember how many objects are available. So by replacing the object and we'll ask how many attempts the patient are able to say that. By this, I can able to get the data sets, how long the patient is getting recovery, speak the highly evolution as equations. All these are different applications what we have been done through AI model and which has been used in healthcare systems in our medical. So the score achieved and the time taken, by which I can able to know how fast the patient is able to recognize the object, recognize the thing, all these things. That's it. Thank you. Any other queries?
Dear participants, any queries you have, you can post it in the chat box. Any queries, dear participants?
One thing I want to say is about for the participants who have been working on machine learning model, AI models, create simple applications for which has been used for healthcare and try to test it in the real time and then so that you can able to analyze the data, get the data sets for analysis. That's how we are doing, developing simple applications and we are deploying it in our hospital check for patients, recovery and reduction.
Priyanka ma'am, very good evening. I think there is no queries. Priyanka ma'am, you can conclude the session.
Sure, ma'am. Participants, no more queries. Any queries you have? Okay. On behalf of AMC Engineering College, sir, can you please put your email ID? I think, sir, Dr. Murugan, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
I think they've asked your email ID, sir. Could you please post it in the chat box? Yeah, thank you so much, sir. On behalf of AMC Engineering College, ISC department, and all the participants, I extend my sincere gratitude to Dr. Murugan for sharing his invaluable insights with us today. His expertise in AI applications in healthcare has truly enhanced our understanding and provided us with valuable perspectives in real world applications. His engaging delivery, deep knowledge, and practical approach have made this session both insightful and inspiring. Dr. Murugan, we deeply appreciate your time and effort in enlightening us today. Your contributions to academia and research are truly commendable, and we look forward to more such interactions in the future. Once again, thank you so much for your valuable time, knowledge, and impactful session, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you for all the organizers.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Dear participants, it's time for you to take up the quiz, wherein you people have
Can
to
I
log
leave now?
in.
Ma'am, can I leave from the...
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Dear participants, I think you can now log into your ATAL portal. And take up the quiz, and all the very best. You have 30 minutes time. 1 hour actually it is scheduled, so you people can take your time to answer the quiz questions. Then we'll be followed by a feedback wherein we will be telling you later after 5 to 10 minutes. Thank you. Dear participants, I think anybody is able to take up the quiz now. I think it is scheduled at 6:30, so only at 6:30 I think you will the link will be open for you to take up the test. You need to wait for another 7 minutes. It is 6:23, so till 6:30 I don't think you will be able to take up the quiz. from the participants and anybody who completed the test? Dear participants, kindly attempt the feedback and post your feedback in the ATAL portal also. It is mandatory that you also give even the feedback in ATAL portal. In ATAL portal, not in the Google form which we shared. Google form also is one. We should also enter even the feedback in the ATAL portal also. Dear participants, we would like to request anybody who is interested to give the feedback on this 6 days FDP which we conducted. Anybody willing can voluntarily raise your hands. Oh, very good. We have Neha, Gopal, and ma'am, hold on. We'll be making you as a co-host so that you can speak up. Just check your settings, ma'am. Are you able to turn on your audio? Sure, ma'am. One second. Just hold on. We'll give you the controls so that you can give the oral feedback. Ashwin sir, I think you can give the host controls to Neha, Gopal ma'am. And
One minute, madam.
yes, sir.
Yeah. HOD, CSC, EPCETs now has co-host, madam.
Sir, before that, I think Neha, Gopal, and that ma'am had raised her hand.
Yes, madam. Now both are had as co-host.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Neha. Am I audible?
Yes, Neha.
I'm Neha from East Point College of Engineering and Technology. First of all, thanks for giving me this opportunity to give a feedback. I had the privilege of attending the recent FDP, and I must say that it was truly enriching experience. The program was meticulously planned, and the resource persons were experts in their fields, and the sessions were highly informative and engaging. The program has not only enhanced my knowledge and skills, but also instilled me a renewed sense of enthusiasm and motivation to excel my teaching and research endeavors. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the organizers, Dr. Ashwin sir and Dr. Valli ma'am, for this tireless efforts in making this program a resounding success. Thank you, ma'am, and thank you, sir.
Thank you, madam. I think one more madam is raised their hand.
Yeah. Good evening, sir. This is Dr. Mani Musi from East Point College of Engineering, professor and head of the Department of Computer Science Engineering. First, I would like to thank AMC management and the principal and all the higher authority to motivate the faculty of the Ashwin sir and Dr. Sangamalavilli ma'am to do this workshop. I know how it is very difficult to get it approval and the process and everything is very meticulously. They have made it a standard, both of them from the starting day, from the FDP. The effort they will be initiated till end of the program. Dr. Ashwin as well as Sengamalavali ma'am, and also the Priyanka ma'am also will be keep on tracking and as well as giving a feedback. So first, thank to all the three members to be your efforts and excellence of your work. The first day, FDP Vijay Lakshmi ma'am have given the AI, generative AI. Actually, we are in the faculty fraternity in between academia as well as the gap of the industry, how it's going on in the recent AI. So we should not be in the outdated component now. It should be a wake-up call from your workshop. It's a warning call for us. Actually, we should be update our all the AI, how the education is going to be changed for us. Okay, so really it's very good, very excellent, and both they have built the model kind of industry people as well as academia people also, and Amarta as well as Suganya ma'am from the academy and Subhash from the industry, again Gopala Krishna from the Philips, and recently yesterday also one of the resource person Selvaraj. Everybody is, whoever is academia, they are pointing out how they have to be there in the industry, what they are doing. They have done excellency. Okay, so thank you so much for providing opportunity. Maximum participants we are with the support of Valli ma'am. That connect is really good, awesome. Thank you so much, ma'am. Valli ma'am, she's being with us, so she's supported till that is a good relationship between the faculty fraternity, how we can be connect each other and work together and excellent together also. So thank you for everybody. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It was a wonderful feedback from you both, and I hope we look forward to have more and more participation from your end when we arrange such FDPs. Anybody else who is interested to give your feedback? Anybody else who is willing to give your feedback, please? No? Over to you, Ashwin, sir.
Yes, madam. I think many of the participants, they are posting the message in the group. They are facing some of the problems to attend the online assessment in Attend portal. Can you raise your hands? How many of them you are facing the problems in ATAL portal? Okay, only 4. Okay, still some time is there. Please try once in the ATAL portal. Otherwise, okay, we'll think of some alternative solution for that. Yeah, today attendance we will update. You don't worry. So the attendance query we will take you from your end. Maybe some of them they are posted the attendance. Okay, you are present. It is marked as absent. We'll take your queries after the session is over. Okay, no need to worry about that.
ಬಂತಾ ಬಂತಾ ಇದು ಮಾರ್ಕ್ಸ್ ಬಂತಾ
Priyanka madam, can you mute
ಒಂದ್ ನಿಮಿಷ
yourself? Yes.
ಒಂದ್ ನಿಮಿಷ ತಡೀರಿ ಬಂದ
Priyanka madam.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, everything, whatever you are talking, it is.
Oh, sorry, sir. Sorry, sir.
Okay.
good evening, dear participants. Good evening, everyone. Respected dignitaries, esteemed speakers, faculty members, and my dear participants. It is an absolute honor to stand before you today as we conclude this enriching 6-day faculty development program titled Future Ready AI Emerging Technologies and Their Societal Transformations. Over the past few days, we have embarked on a journey of learning, collaboration, and insightful discussions, all aimed at enhancing our knowledge and pedagogical skills in future ready AI emerging technologies and their societal transformations. To formally commence our valedictory session, I would first like to invite Dr. R. Amuda, Professor and Head of IAC Department, AMC Engineering College, to deliver the welcome address. Her guidance force behind this FDP, ensuring its smooth execution and meaningful engagement. Over to you, Amuda ma'am.
Amuda madam.
Hello, am I audible? Am I audible, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Continue, ma'am.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone. I'm delighted to welcome you all for the validatory function of ATAL sponsored online FDP titled Future Ready AI Emerging Technologies and Their Societal Transformations, organized by Department of Information Science and Engineering, AMC Engineering College, Bangalore. It's truly an honor to be part of this exciting event that brings together all the brightest minds in academia and industry to share their expertise and insights with us. As we conclude this enriching faculty development program today, I extend my heartfelt thanks to all the speakers and participants for their valuable contributions. Let us carry forward the spirit of learning and innovation, applying our newfound knowledge to shape a bright future of our students as well as institutions. I wishing you all continued success in your future endeavors. Thank you once again.
Thank you so much, Dr. Amuda ma'am, for your warm and thoughtful words. Next, to provide with us a comprehensive summary of the FDP, I now invite Dr. Ashwin M., Professor of ISC Department, AMC Engineering College, and the coordinator of this FDP, to present the key takeaways from the past 6 days. Dr. Ashwin M. has meticulously compiled the insights, discussions, and learnings from our esteemed speakers, and we are eager to hear his reflections. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, madam. Very good evening to everyone. As we come to the close of this enlightening and engaging faculty development program on future-ready AI emerging technologies and the societal transformation, it's a privilege to stand before you and reflect on the incredible journey we have undertaken over the first few days. Over the program, we have been exposed to a wide array of emerging AI technologies and their transformative effects on society. From generative AI and large language models discussed in the very first session by Dr. Vijayalakshmi to the in-depth exploration of AI applications, we have gained valuable insights into the power and potential of AI across various fields. Day one provided us with a foundational understanding of the future scope of AI technologies, including their societal consequence delivered by Dr. Soundarajan S. We explored not just the technical aspect, but also the ethical challenges and societal transformation that these technologies can bring. On day 2, data analytics and decision making led by Mr. Subhash Nair, and how ethical AI challenges play a crucial role in shaping our technology landscape, discussed by Dr. Suganya Madam with insightful session. Moving to day 3, we explored AI in autonomous system with Mr. Gopalakrishnan and discuss the fundamentals of AI which serve as the building blocks for the future of these technologies with Dr. Selvaraj Kesavan. Day 4 expanded our horizons into the innovative world of high performance computing and digital twins with Dr. Amudavel Jayavel and the strategies for modern applications by Dr. Vinay M with more practical applications. By day 5, we had the opportunity to engage with emerging AI tools and technologies through Professor Pankaj Kumar and discuss the AI transformation in education and industry with Mr. Vijay Shankar Kanagarajan. Finally, on day 6, we observed the interesting Gaussian splitting model with Mr. Ajay Devanandam and got a detailed perspective on AI in business analytics from Dr. Girija Narasimhan. Finally, the healthcare applications with Dr. A. Murugan, who took us through the latest innovation in the healthcare sector. As we reflect on these sessions, it's clear that we have gained a deeper understanding of how AI is not only a tool for technological advancement, but is also a force driving profound societal change. Each session has equipped us with the knowledge and tools necessary to navigate this ever evolving landscape and understand how to harness the potential of AI for the betterment of society. I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to all the distinguished speakers for their invaluable contributions. Your expertise, insights, and dedication to advancing the field of AI have made this event a success. I would also like to express my deep appreciation to all the participants who actively engage in every session, asked insightful questions, and contributed to making this program interactive and dynamic. A special thanks as we conclude this FEV. I encourage each one of you to take the knowledge gained here and continue to explore the vast and exciting world of AI. Remember, this is not the end of our learning journey. It is only the beginning. Let us all stay curious, collaborate, and keep pushing the boundaries of what AI can achieve. Thank you once again for your active participation and commitment to the success of this event. Wishing all of you a bright and successful future ahead as you continue to contribute the growing field of AI and emerging technologies. Have a wonderful evening and stay future ready. Thank you. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ashwin, for that wonderful recap. Your summary truly highlights the depth and value of this FTP.
As we come to the final segment of this session, it is important to acknowledge the collective effort that has made this event a grand success. For this, now I invite Mrs. Priyanka KR, Assistant Professor, to deliver the vote of thanks. She will express our gratitude to the speakers, organizer, and all those who contributed to making this FTP a memorable and fruitful experience. Let's welcome her. Over to you, Priyanka, madam.
So much. Thank you so much, Dr. Ashwin sir. On behalf of the entire organizing team, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to all of you for your valuable participation in this ATAL FDP entitled Future Ready AI, Emerging Technologies and Their Societal Transformations. First and foremost, I extend my deepest gratitude to Dr. K.R. Paramahamsa, our esteemed chairman, Mrs. Geeta Paramahamsa, Vice Chairperson, Ms. Monica Kalluri, Vice President, and Mr. Rahul Kalluri, Executive Vice President of AMC Group of Institutions, for their constant encouragement. A special thanks to Dr. Mohan Babu GN, Director, AMC Group of Institutions, and Dr. K. Kumar, Principal, AMC Engineering College, Dr. G. Shivakumar, Vice Principal, and Dr. R. Nagaraja, Academic Advisor, for their unwavering guidance and support. I am grateful to Dr. R. Amuda, Head of the Department, Information Science and Engineering, for her invaluable support. Our sincere appreciation to all the distinguished speakers who will enrich our knowledge through this FDP with their insights and expertise. So I thank all the resource persons for their valuable time and effort. Furthermore, my sincere appreciation to Dr. Ashwin M., the FDP coordinator, and Dr. Senkamanavalli R., the co-coordinator, for their relentless efforts in curating this intellectually stimulating program. I also extend my heartfelt thanks to the organizing team, including the dedicated teaching and non-teaching staff of AMC Engineering College. Finally, a big thanks to all the HODs of various colleges and participants for your enthusiastic involvement. Thank you, one and all. Wishing you a continued success and growth. Have a great evening. Thank you once again.